Nothing but the truth.
I do.
Great.
My name is David Sweeney. I live at 5217 Botanical in the city of St. Louis in the Fifth Ward. Um, as a little bit of background, because a lot of different things have been said, and as someone that lives in the city and has raised three children in the city, as a former high school special ed teacher for 8 years, when that has been discussed, uh, as someone that worked for the city of St. Louis for almost 8 years. The city is something although not born and raised here, it's the city I've come to love and have chosen to live here the last 30 years. Um, the issue I want to talk about a little bit is the issue of the noise and a noise study. A noise study was performed. It's Exhibit H in your packets that we submitted it by noon on Friday per the rules. Um, and what that found was that what we're seeking to do is not being introduced into a quiet residential study. The applicant commissioned a professional noise study that documented existing site conditions and provided as evidence the materials provided. The study found average background noise levels with peak reading reaching over 90 decibels, largely due to the site's immediate proximity to it's Highway 40, and the reality that this location already exists within an industrialized and transportation intensive environment. Noise fundamentals from the Federal Highway Administration demonstrate with that when two sound levels differ by 10 decibels or more, the lower sound contributes 0 additional decibels to the total noise levels. Thank you.
Yes.
Next would be my colleague, if that's all right, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. And your name?
Hannah Gallagher.
Hannah.
Gallagher. Gallagher.
Thank you.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great.
My name is Hannah Gallagher. I live in the Central West End. I'm speaking today in support of upholding the conditional use permit.
Ms.
Firstly,
Gallagher, I'm sorry. We need either a business or a mailing, some type of mailing address where you are able to receive mail.
that would be 600 Washington Avenue, Suite 2500, St. Louis, Missouri 63101.
Proceed.
I'm speaking today in support of upholding the conditional use permit. Firstly, it is important to note that under Ameren's growth plan, large load customers, like Respondent, must absorb the full financial cost of any project-specific impacts on electrical infrastructure, including the cost of interconnection to the grid, new line extensions, switching stations, transformers, breakers, and other materials, thereby avoiding public subsidy of the project and protecting rate-paying customers. Statements have been made today that SB4 allows a loophole that will put a rate increase on the backs of current ratepayers at the fault of data centers based on a faulty assumption that the construction of new gas power plants is for powering the proliferation of data centers. But Ameren's representatives actually testified before the St. Louis Board of Aldermen Public Infrastructure and Utilities Committee on February 18th, 2026, that new power generation is not required for this project. New power plants are necessary for the replacement of aging infrastructure and for the future wind down of Ameren's coal-powered plant portfolio, which is actually intended to decrease emissions. Ameren has publicly committed to a retirement of its coal-fired power plants, an objective which necessarily requires the construction of new, cleaner plants to replace them. There's no evidence that this project will increase rates. In fact, Respondents Exhibits L and M are third-party studies showing how rates are impacted in states where data centers have been developed. These studies show that, counter to the anecdotes spoken today, that rather than dramatically increasing residential electric rates, rates decreased modestly. Additionally, a number of concerns were raised today regarding asthma and air quality impacts, but the specifics matter here. As outlined in respondents' technical memorandum provided at Exhibit J, the facility's backup generators are emergency reliability equipment, not a primary power source, and are intended for limited emergency and testing operations only, and will not be a continuous emission source. Air pollution statistics related to other data centers are not necessarily comparable because many of those may have been based on facilities with continually used generators. No evidence has been presented demonstrating that this project, with the existing conditions as approved, will increase asthma rates. And I encourage you to give credence to the technical materials provided, as opposed to speculation. Thank you.
So has your client done any studies on green power, solar energy, and perhaps how much that would impact or reduce the electrical load on the current grid?
I'm going to defer to the developer for that one, because I think they can better answer your question.
Okay.
Nick Hartzler is also available. Just came on camera from the developer side to help answer.
Mr. Hertzler, can you?
Yes, certain based on to answer your question, within the conditional use permit, it does call for a condition of requiring up to 50% renewable power. I think there are a couple of things to speak to as far as what that means and what some of the statements made today have been. Some of the statements talk about behind the meter power generation, which frankly, in an urban environment like the city of St. Louis, is not really a possible feat. That's, to have renewable power of this scale put behind the meter would require hundreds upon acres of land to develop and build these renewable power sources. So setting aside that option of renewable power, we're talking about purchasing renewable power from Ameren directly, because Missouri is a regulated electric utility state, meaning within the city of St. Louis, we are required to purchase power from Ameren, that is Ameren, Missouri specifically. So we would then have to work with Ameren, Missouri to purchase that power directly.
I have a question. So I was the one who was asking questions about the electric and barns, and I saw that electric thing behind the fence over there. So, and I don't understand this very well, so forgive me. So when we were talking about behind the meter, which is what you were just saying, it's not a possibility because of the amount of land that would be required, which is what you were just saying, correct?
Correct.
And you have to buy it from Ameren because that's what the law says here in Missouri / the city.
Correct. That's correct.
So it's not really an option with what Miss Maxine Gill was explaining to me earlier. Right?
I would agree with that. Yes.
That's confusing then.
Yes.
I mean, it sounds ideal that you would do it behind the meter, but it's not a possibility in order to do that. Right? So
Right.
you have to buy it. And it also sounds like Ameren was already doing this in order to make it better for St. Louis City, and we weren't going to use as much coal. Is that a correct statement? Or do you know?
I'm
I
not sure I
don't
can
mean to
speak to
put you
that.
on the spot.
Right. I don't want to speak for Ameren as far as their plans, but to kind of echo what Hannah had mentioned about just the overall production plan. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on what they call, but Ameren is required to put together what the future of their power generation portfolio looks like, and it's generally a 15 to 20 year proposal that it gets filed with Missouri Public Service Commission. So it is it's a part of their regulatory filings that they owe. And so that it's in that document that we see their plans for the wind down of their coal-fired power plants and replacing that with a bunch of different options, including natural gas-fired plants.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure thing. Thank you.
Jim,
Okay.
just a second. So, Mr. Hartzler, it sounds like you're talking about purchasing green energy from Ameren. I'm specifically asking if you will on site have any green energy that is being produced.
It is, I guess I can't speak to the design of the building, but it is certainly possible. I think that is part of the one of the optionalities of the green roof, cool roof condition within the conditional use permit is that condition may be satisfied by either a cool roof or solar panels. So it is a possibility, but I can't speak to whether or not I would defer to Mr. Lambiaso as to putting any renewable power generation on site. I think what I'm more saying is that there is a space limitation from just a natural geography to how much renewable power could be put on the parcel. I hope that halfway answers your question.
Sort of, but not really.
And as far as Mr. Lambiaso, he has said he's having trouble popping to the top of the queue to be able to be unmuted. So if you would like to, as far as site design goes, either him or Cecilia Dvorak.
If he raises his hand, he will come to the front where we can see him. Go ahead, Jim.
First of all, did Mr. Lambioso and Mr. Hartzler and Ms. Dvorak get sworn in earlier? I'm sorry, I don't recall.
Yes.
Yes, we were sworn in as far as the opening remarks, but thank you.
Could I ask, I need to ask Mr. Hartzler and possibly Ms. Gallagher some questions along these lines, if that's okay, Anthony?
Along the line of what I brought up.
Well, around electricity, and then also just some of the numbers behind the development that I had tried to ask Mr. Geddeker earlier, and he was deferring to Mr. Hartzler.
Can you call him?
Hi, I'm unmuted. Hey guys, this is David Lambier, so I don't know if you guys can hear me now. Sorry, my hand raising mechanism is not working very well.
Yes, we can. I don't think at this point I want to get too far into questioning Mr. Hartzler. I think, Jim, what we'll do is after we hear testimony, if you give me everyone that you wish to question, we will bring them back up for questioning.
That sounds fair. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Sweeney, who else do we have in your office to testify?
My name is Bryn Bonewell, BRYNN BONEWELL.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is Bryn Bonewell. I live in the city of St. Louis at 2100 Boardman Street, 63110. I wanted to touch base on just a few of the water-related commitments and how the conditions in the permit minimize the water consumption, protect the water quality, and ensure accountability for any impacts on the city's water infrastructure. The project will utilize a closed-loop cooling system and an air-cooled chillers to mitigate consumption, as opposed to continued consumption and discharged water. The water commissioner has said that at operation, this project will not be in the top 30 water users. And even current practice right now in the summer, the city is opening fire hydrants, letting them run, and releasing clean water to free up the system. And one fire hydrant running for a few hours is greater than the amount of water that this project is expected to use in a full day. Additionally, the project will comply with MSD wastewater standards and pretreatment requirements to ensure that the wastewater is managed appropriately and does not adversely affect the sewer system or the water quality. The consumption and quality measures and protections are better laid out in Exhibit I in your packet, should you want to get into the technicalities of those mechanisms. As for accountability, the applicant will have to report annually evidence of compliance to the zoning administration, and the requirements or the conditions of the permit require the applicant to pay water system impact fees to address any detrimental impact on existing customers, so residents and businesses do not bear the cost of system improvements. And all this to say that the protections aren't empty promises, but instead they are enforceable permit conditions, which you heard Tim O'Connell speak to earlier, that there is MSD oversight, and there's also state and federal pre-treatment requirements that the project will have to live up to. Thank you.
Yes, Mom.
So is it your testimony that nothing will be going into the Mississippi or downstream, as we heard testimony from some of the prior people that were very don't want the data center?
Yeah, Mona, my understanding is that the closed loop system really mitigates a lot of that. And like I said, it was my intention to speak to that the permit does have teeth, that there are enforcement mechanisms behind this. So beyond where the water might end up, I will field that question to someone better equipped to answer. And that also is likely outlined in Exhibit I in your packet.
Yeah, we had a lot of exhibits, and I tried to read every single thing that we had. So who is better equipped with your team?
Nick Hartzler might be able to do that, or Cecilia Dobrak as well.
All right. Are they speaking today?
Cecilia's hand is up.
All right. We'll let her address that. Thank you.
Hey, Mona. Thank you for the question. We aren't claiming that there's going to be no impact, that it won't go, that there won't be any discharge. Just like any other development, there is absolutely discharge, but it is highly regulated by MSD and would require significant filtration systems to ensure that it would not be a negative impact to the water quality of the city of St. Louis. And MSD has a lot of their requirements outlined for all industrial type developments and holds them to a very high standard. So happy to talk through. I know there was some talk about, potentially making sure that we held to that in the conditions, and we can definitely talk through that throughout discussion.
Right. And I was my more specific question was about it getting into the river systems.
Untreated.
Yes, right. So because of the filtration systems and the treatments that are required by MSD, there would not be a discharge that would go into the rivers in the way that you are speaking, or MSD's water quality system.
Thank you.
Mr. Sweeney, is there anyone
No.
else in your office? to
There's
testify?
nobody else, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen McDonald.
Miss McDonald, can you turn your camera for me, please?
I'm sorry, I can't do that at this moment.
All right, I'll trust you raising your right hand. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Maureen McDonald, 6330 Knox Industrial Ave, 63139. Good evening, Chair Robinson and members of the board. I'm Maureen McDonald, and I serve as the Vice President of Advocacy for the Associated General Contractors of Missouri. On behalf of AGC and our member companies, most of whom are located in St. Louis, they live and work here, I respectfully urge you to uphold the conditional use permit and deny this appeal. This project represents an opportunity for St. Louis to strengthen its construction workforce and demonstrate that our region can successfully deliver the next generation of advanced infrastructure projects. Just as importantly, it's a project that has been thoroughly vetted. Many people have spoken to this, and I won't belabor the point, but we do think that the process and the review and the negotiation that happened should be honored. That process did lead to extensive and enforceable commitments related to local hiring, workforce development, MWBE participation, environmental protections, and community investment. And it also represents a major private investment that will create countless construction jobs and generate significant new economic activity for our region. As an industry, we value a fair, transparent, and thorough review process, and we think one has happened. For the construction industry, projects like this, of this scale, they're more than just job sites, they are training grounds. They're going to provide apprentices, skilled tradespeople, and contractors with the opportunity to develop specialized skills that are increasingly in demand as data centers and other advanced infrastructure projects become more common. Those skills stay in St. Louis long after construction is complete, strengthening our workforce and making our region more competitive for future investment. For those reasons, we respectfully ask you to uphold the conditional use permit and deny this appeal. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Alderwoman Keys.
Please raise your right hand, and you are muted, ma'am. Ms. Keys, you are muted. There we go. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? I'm sorry, ma'am, I can't hear you.
No, you're not muted. We just can't hear you.
You may need to check your system settings, make sure you have the right microphone selected.
You can hear it very well.
You can hear it? You can hear it?
I heard it very well.
It's not picking up on our folks. We're not getting anything picked up on our end.
If you're on a cell phone, you might want to check the volume on the side. If you're on a laptop or a computer, go into settings and check the volume there. Oh, no.
I need to come back in.
I would suggest, leaving the meeting and trying to rejoin, maybe joining on a different device if that's possible.
Okay, we will come back to the Alderwoman. Henry Eubank.
Please raise your right hand, and you are muted, just so you know, sir.
Am I
Do you,
unmuted now? Okay.
do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great.
Thanks. Good evening, Chairman Robinson and members of the board. My name is Henry Eubank with Greater St. Louis Inc. Greater St. Louis Inc. is an economic development organization representing the 15 county bi-state region. I would like to speak to you all tonight about the economic opportunity that this project creates and into why the regulatory framework already governing it should give the board confidence in affirming the conditional use permit. This project drives real economic growth, both immediate and in the long term. During construction, the project is expected to generate over 1,000 construction jobs and over 2.2 million labor hours, all governed by a project labor agreement that ensures the use of skilled trades and prevailing wage standards throughout. That means those are St. Louis workers. Able to have work in their own backyard rather than from a neighboring state. That's a substantial near-term infusion of construction work into the city's labor market. But the value doesn't end when the construction wraps up. Between the permanent jobs from the data center operator, the skilled trades jobs required to maintain the facility, and the pledge from the developer to bring new life to the Armory building all lead to immense sustained growth. These aren't aspirational targets. They're backed by the liquidated damages if the developers fall short, and by first source hiring requirements that prioritize city residents for entry-level positions. This is a project that puts people to work now and keeps doing so for decades. Second, I'd like to address the regulatory standard this project is being held to. Because the CUP doesn't justify today's zoning code, it meets or exceeds the very standards the city itself is currently in the process of adopting with Board Bill 49. The Board of Aldermen has been advancing Board Bill 49 as amended on the floor, which will govern data centers going forward. Comparing that bill's provisions directly against the conditions in the conditional use permit number 133001, the CUP matches or exceeds that of the Board Bill 49 as amended. At nearly every turn, the same noise ordinance citation that in third-party reporting timeline, the same cool roof and green roof requirements and equipment screening, a landscape and permeable surface standard that's more detailed than the bill's general language, a closed-loop air-cooled water requirement that's more specific than the ordinance itself. The same Tier 4 generator emission certification with a testing window that's actually tighter than what Board Bill 49 allows, and a power to usage effectiveness target of 1.35. In short, this board isn't being asked to approve a project that meets yesterday's rules. It's being asked to affirm a project that already lives up to the standards the city is actively writing into law for tomorrow. This is a project that creates jobs today, sustains them for over the decades, and holds itself to a regulatory bar that this city hasn't even finished setting. We respectfully ask the board to affirm the CUP and deny this appeal. Thank you.
Yes, Mom.
I have questions. It's my understanding that Board Bill 49 requires a minimum of 600 feet, where this is only 300 feet away from schools, parks, and residences. Am I confused on that when you're saying that it's stricter than the Board Bill 49?
Yeah, so that's true. It is not would not satisfy that 600 foot setback requirement as laid out in Board Bill 49 as amended. But that's but one of many requirements or many facets of this project that they'll be to be in compliance. It's stricter than what is in Board Bill 49. That is one where it wouldn't be.
I just want to put that on the record that it's not all stricter than the Board Bill 49. And then when we're talking about jobs, 1,000 construction jobs, yeah, that's fantastic. But when we're talking about permanent jobs, there's no guarantee that we're going to get a bunch of permanent jobs here from the data center. Have ongoing. There's a good neighbor kind of agreement, maybe. We haven't even seen that agreement. Can you provide that to the board?
I'm sorry, Ms. Parsley, you cut out for a moment. I wasn't able to hear your entire question.
There's some type of good neighbor agreement, and I know I'm not calling it the right thing, the community agreement of some sort. Is that been signed and agreed upon? Community agreement? Are you familiar with what I'm talking about?
No, ma'am, I'm not. And I just want to, I'm here to talk about the economic development
Me too.
benefits to this project.
Right, and I'm talking about the jobs, and that's
Mona,
the benefit.
Mona, Exhibit W is from the applicant's legal team, and it includes a draft of the community benefit agreement. And that's as much as we know about it. I don't believe it's been signed, and they provided a copy of that in your exhibit.
Mm-hmm.
It's your Exhibit W, and it includes several different attachments to it.
Yeah, I was struggling to get through all of those, and I saw something about it, and I didn't know if we had ever gotten a complete agreement on it. And that's the reason I was asking about it. And since he was talking about jobs, I thought maybe he knew. Okay. So do we know how many permanent jobs we're going to be getting for the data center?
I
Mr.
don't
Sweeney?
have a concrete number.
Do you have an estimate?
I'd have to refer to someone else on the project team that would be more equipped to answer that question.
All right, we'll let them answer. Thank you, sir.
I got a question. You said, if the possibility of this doesn't work, you have liquidated damages. That the person doesn't work, then they probably going to go bankrupt. So there is no liquidated damages. There's nothing there.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure I understand what you're.
But if something fails, we always have the ability to go back and have liquidated damages and stuff like that. But there is no liquidated damages upon a bankruptcy, is there?
I'm not sure how to answer that question, sir.
Real easy. No. If everything's bankrupt, there's nothing to get, right? I'm done. Thank you. Thank you, Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Eubank.
Thanks.
Excellent. Pardon my interruption, Mr. Chairman. Nick Hartzler had raised his hand, perhaps in response to some of the questions asked to Mr. Eubank.
Mr. Hartzler, do you have
Yes,
a response for the board?
Yes, in response to Ms. Parsley's question, the projections are for permanent jobs at the site are 50 permanent jobs at the data center. What you're referring to is the community benefits agreement that has not yet been executed, where we were not able to. It's not proper for the development team to negotiate the terms of the conditional use permit. We are in negotiations with city staff over the terms of the community benefits agreement that would be executed by LCRA, and that is the mechanism for enforcing those jobs promises, as well as that's the mechanism that has the liquidated damages piece in it as well. And the terms of the community benefits agreement, even though the data center is projected at 50 jobs, call for a total of 100 new jobs that would be found between the data center at the famous BART warehouse property, as well as the Armory office building next door. Certainly projection, we're projecting and hoping that there are much more jobs at the Armory, but that's what's currently in the draft that we have provided to the board of the CBA.
So,
sorry, Dick, you muted.
Okay, so based on Mona's questioning, 50 long-term employees for the data center, and what do those jobs look like?
Sure. So those are, they're engineers that are operating out of the, that are running the machines, the computers. It's also inclusive of security personnel at the site. So it's kind of computer technicians, computer engineers, security. Where there might be some thoughts elsewhere is that while those are the terms of the community benefits agreement are speaking to combination of direct employment, direct jobs at the data center. So those are jobs that are directly employed by the operator, as well as jobs that are directly sourced to the Armory office building. What they don't include would be, and I think part of what Henry was speaking to as far as kind of sustained maintenance jobs, is that it also takes data centers like this project require immense amounts of service personnel to maintain and upkeep all of the systems such as the plumbing, the HVAC, the electrical systems. Frequently, you'll see with projects like these, you will have electrical contractors or plumbing contractors that have their personnel largely stationed at the data center full time maintaining the systems. However, because they are a vendor, they are not considered direct employment and therefore are not included within our 50 job projections. And so our analysis within this model, again, it's just a number, take it for what you will, but of those indirect jobs that are additionally, kind of those additional vendor workers that are stationed on site, there's about another 200 jobs. But again, because they're not directly employed by the operator, we're not including them within the terms of the CBA.
And of those 50 jobs, how would that break down percentage-wise between engineers, technicians, security?
Sure. So generally, there are about 3 shifts per day. It's staffed 24/7. So if that is about 16 or 17 jobs per shift, you would see about 2/3 of those being within the computer engineer, computer technician category, with the remaining being in the security, general maintenance that are roles that are kind of custodians keeping the place clean. So that's kind of about 2/3 are within the computer industry, with the remaining third being in kind of more of a support capacity.
Anthony, I have a separate question for Mr. Hensler. Is there a performance bond available for us if you're not meeting the various criteria throughout this entire agreement that BPS has put out there for us, for you guys to meet? An irrevocable letter of credit, escrow account, or other security of some sort, rather than us have to go to court, spend a bunch of money?
I'm not aware of a bond being considered for this project, for that enforcement.
Maybe that's something we could consider. Might be a little easier than having to, drag us through the court system, and you guys have a lot more money than we do. Is that something you would consider?
I think we can consider anything. Happy to talk through the logistics of anything.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Joe.
Well, at risk of partially answering the question when I'm just one of the board members, there is that kind of concept within the Ameren agreement that I haven't had a chance to ask about. The large load tariff agreement. But that's not specific to just the general, certainly not specific to the CUP itself.
I just want to confirm was there a question directed to me for that?
I was more to Mona and Anthony, letting them know.
Thank you.
Got it. We will. Right now, it looks like we've got 3 more hands in opposition. And then, Jim, we will get to any longer questions.
Okay.
Board has. Mr. Beganovic.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Great.
Thank you. Dennis Bogdanovich, 1226 Olive Street in downtown West St. Louis. I live across the street from the Neutrality Data Center and the 12 others that are in downtown. I want to take us back to 11 years ago. 11 years ago, there was a lot of debate about building a new Rams stadium at the riverfront. And at that time, there was lawsuits, opposition, and Governor Nixon stood at the riverfront site and said, if we do not do this, this site is going to look like it does today in 10 years from now. Well, here we are 10, 11 years from now. If you've been to the North Riverfront, it looks exactly the same as it did in 2016. There's testimony today from a gentleman named Dylan, who's painted this marvelous picture of what this site could look like. And I would love for that site to be that, but that's just not the reality. This has been empty, underused, vacant for decades. And it's not like this proposed use is pushing out something else. If there was something else, where is it? It's not happening. And I believe if we do pass on this opportunity, this site is going to look like it does in 10 years from today. I didn't plan to testify today, but then I heard a lot of stuff that got presented as fact that really bothered me. One gentleman presented as a matter of fact that if we approved this data center, that crime would go up, there would be murders, and violent crime would go up. And made absolutely no sense to me. If there's one thing that I do know is crime data in St. Louis. I keep a track of it since 1940. Violent crime in the city of St. Louis in 2025 was the lowest in 60 years in raw total and population adjustment. And every single data center in the city of St. Louis has been built in the last 60 years. So if there's any correlation between data centers and violent crime, it's not apparent to me. And as somebody that lives in downtown amongst 12 of these data centers and I walked 10 miles today, 25,000 since COVID. I have never felt the urge to commit a violent crime despite walking by data centers every single day. Second point is on water usage. We heard the number 100,000 used, which sounds a lot, like a 100,000 seat stadium. That is a lot. Now, if the city water capacity was a stadium, it would have 360 million seats. The City of St. Louis Water Division has a capacity of 360 million gallons a day. Today, we use 125 million gallons. To be frank, I was disappointed when I heard that this was only going to use 100,000 gallons a day because it's not even in the top 25, top 30 in the city's users, and we desperately need large industrial users. So while 100,000 number in some context is a large number, but in the context of water usage and the city's capacity and how much we use every single day, it is not even a decimal point. Again, I urge the board, by the way, I served on this board 2016 to 2018, and then I also served as city conditional use hearing officer. So I definitely want to thank you guys for being here 7 hours now, and everybody else that testified. Public engagement in a position or support is always good, but I do urge you to not consider this deal.
Thank you. We've got a Gigi. What is your name, sir?
Can you hear me? My name is Garrett Gibbons.
I'm sorry?
My name is Garrett Gibbons. Can you hear me okay?
Gibbons. Got it. Let's get you sworn in, Mr. Gibbons.
Can you spell your last name for me, sir?
Yes, it is G-I, B as in boy, B as in boy, O-N-S. First name Garrett.
Please raise your right
Address-
hand. Oh, I'm going to swear you in first, and then you'll give them your address. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Great.
My address is 2601 Olive Street, Dallas, Texas, 75201.
Proceed.
So I followed this project closely the last several months and thought I could offer a unique perspective. Like the last gentleman, I wasn't planning on speaking, but for the last 17 years, I've spent my career representing companies in their corporate real estate decisions. I worked for one of the country's largest real estate companies, and I feel like the city's really at an inflection point. I mean, you've got a guy who wants to come in and spend upwards of $3 billion in your city. And if you look at some of your competing markets or other major metros across the country, anytime there's been a capital infusion, it's not about the jobs that the data center creates, but it's about all the development that gets spurred around that investment. And it's happened. I'm looking at it outside my window at the American Airlines Center in Dallas that was in a very comparable state to where this building is located almost 15 years ago. And now it's the most vital place in our city's ecosystem. I've heard comments today about pulling jobs away from downtown and that causing the vacancy to go up. If you represent companies in those decisions, you know that they often don't compete. Buildings in downtown don't necessarily compete with Midtown. So there were other comments made about to that effect, but the reason that companies go to buildings is because people are willing to put money into them and put money into that company's space. And that's what drives the growth. And I'm certainly not an expert on electricity, but we represent manufacturing users. And when you look at on-site generation, whether it's behind the meter pricing, which in Texas is 8.5 cents a kilowatt hour, you're not going to compete with a major utility for power. It makes a development severely less profitable if you force major restrictions. And candidly, I don't think that green energy, whether it's solar on a 70,000 square foot rooftop in California, if that's the break even for a distribution center, I don't know how you could power a data center on it. In other words, I don't know if solar energy would have a meaningful impact on running a data center. So those are just some of the things that I thought I could offer context on to the group. I hope it's objective and meaningful. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
So solar meaningful.
Meaning
is not 25%. I mean, what is meaningful? Some might consider 100% or 75% meaningful, but 40% of its power.
Well, no, I'm not an electrical engineer, but
okay.
when I've helped companies evaluate the cost benefit of installing solar panels on a distribution center in other states, not St. Louis or Missouri. I don't know how those utility programs work, but oftentimes For somebody like me, the break even was 100,000 square feet of rooftop to put solar panels, and that was enough energy if you had batteries on site. In most cases, they're selling that power back into the grid. You're not storing that energy on site. I think that's how most of the energy programs work. But the break-even cost on the capital investment to put solar and recreate that power was like 100,000 square feet of floor area for a user, a low, very, very low energy consumer. In a distribution center, all you're powering is lights for the most part in a small office space. So it's nothing like what a data center developer or even an advanced manufacturing company would have in terms of consumption. But I can't testify under oath on that stuff because I'm not the expert. This is just more anecdotal from what I've seen in my experience.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Gibbons. Alderwoman Keys. See if we have your audio.
Okay, testing. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Let's get
Awesome. Well, hopefully I am the last person who may speak today. I understand for you all it's been a very long day.
Yeah.
I need hold on.
We still need to swear you in.
Certainly.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Okay, great.
All right. If you could state your name and mailing address for the record.
Certainly. I'm Alderwoman Laura Keys, the elevated 11th Ward, City of St. Louis. The address is 1200 Market Street, room 230.
Proceed.
Well, good afternoon. Well, it's good evening to all of you, the members of the board. As stated before, I'm Laura Keys, the elevated 11th Ward here in our city. I'm here today to ask that you uphold the Board of Public Services decision and deny this appeal, because the record shows that the conditional use permit protects the city. The project benefits its residents and brings new life to this industrial corridor. First, the project is already protected by the terms of the CUP itself. This isn't a promise. It isn't a promise to be trusted. It's a set, binding, enforceable condition. Every generator on the north side of the building has been moved inside. Noise emitting equipment is fully enclosed and acoustically treated. Verified every year by an independent third-party report. Water use relies on a closed-loop circuit, air-cooled system, cutting consumption by 95% compared to the traditional cooling systems. Generators run on the cleanest available emissions tier. Can never serve as a general power source and can't even be tested on poor air quality days. And critically, the project absorbs the full cost of its own electrical infrastructure, meaning no ratepayer in the city subsidizes this facility's power needs. Secondly, the community benefit agreement will deliver a real guaranteed value to St. Louis. As we said, that's not in place as of yet. And it costs the city nothing. The developer has pledged not to seek a single dollar in local tax incentives, abatements, or in TIF financing. This is a win-win. In exchange, the city receives direct community benefit payments of nearly $15 million directed towards multimodal infrastructure and the Digital Access Inclusion Plan, and economic and environmental justice incentives. First source hiring and MBWBE participation goals are written into the agreement and monitored by the city. And on revenue, if actual tax collections fall short of what's projected, developer pays the difference. This isn't a projection the city hopes would come true. It's a guarantee. Thirdly, This project doesn't just build a data center. It saves a piece of St. Louis history. The historic Armory building at 3600 or 3660 Market has said underutilized. Am I up already? May I finish?
Yes, Alderman.
Thank you. At 3660 Market, I said underutilized or vacant for many, many years and in a very dilapidated condition. This project commits to renovate it into a high-end office and create a tech space meeting the community's call for higher activation and development. In short, the CUP protects this community, and the CBA guarantees real benefits to it. And the project preserves what's worth preserving while building what St. Louis really needs. We respectfully ask that the board affirm the CUP and deny this appeal. Thank you.
Yes, Jeff.
Thank you, Anthony, and thank you, Alderman Keys. I always find it an honor when the aldermen show up at our hearings, and I truly mean that. Thank you very much for showing up today. There's just a few things. The petitioner has mentioned Board Bill 49 a number of times. There's three things I wanted to point out there that are differences. The air quality index limitation in the board bill is 50. Right now in the CUP, it's 150, which means that they wouldn't have to commit to not testing their generators until we get up to 150. But the community benefits agreement, they've already said that they will lower that to 50. But there is a difference between the CUP and the Board Bill 49 in that number. The lower the number, the more stringent it is. The green limits, right now in the CUP, they're committing to only 50% renewable by year 5. That's less stringent than what's written in Board Bill 49, which starts out at 25% day 1. Builds up to 50% by year 5, and I think 100% by year 10. But just wanted to point that out to everybody. So it's not necessarily a question, Alderman Keys. But another one is the Board Bill 49 mentions a public impact agreement, which I'm pretty sure is consistent and the same as the community benefits agreement. Board Bill 49 actually states that agreement should be agreed to by the Board of Aldermen at a 2/3 vote. What's your reaction to having that kind of requirement for that the Board of Aldermen get to vote again by resolution on whatever that agreement looks like?
Well, I would certainly hope that my colleagues would see the value that this brings to our city, both short and long term. I don't want to be disparaging, but I think that simple majority should be sufficient.
I don't disagree with that. Okay, thank you very much.
Is there anyone else here to testify? I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am.
I had a question for Alderwoman Keys. Let me get back to it now. You mentioned right off the bat, Alderwoman, about a third party verification. Is that testing chosen by the people running the data center, or is that, I know it's an independent party, or can the city choose the third party?
That might not be a question that's necessarily appropriate for me to answer, but I would think, now this is me personally, I would think that the company itself would not select the third party, right? I would think that the city should or would have some say in who the third party evaluator would be. But again, that's me. That's not necessarily what it actually says. I'm sure that some of my colleagues in the legal field on this call may have a better answer, more accurate answer for you on that.
Then I had another question as well. Do we know who the tenant is going to be that's running the data center? Do we know that yet?
I don't have that information, but again, one of my colleagues may have more information.
Okay. And then bear with me, please. Did you hear I was proposing an obligation by the developer about having a legal binding means for them to put up a bond in case there were obligations rather than the city having to go the rate of going to court if we had a problem versus, you know, if we needed if there was, I'm so sorry, I'm trying to get that back in front of me. I apologize. A financial security backing from the developer for an irrevocable letter of credit or escrow account for the city to collect versus having to go to court to, you know, have them meet their obligation. What's your thought on that?
Well, my thought is that if you got $3 billion to
Exactly. You
build
can find
this
us in
data
court.
center, well, again, I want to say that we have attorneys, you know, on this call to be able to answer that. I believe that the answer that was given was that, you know, it was something that possibly could be entertained. But that, to me, that's more of a legal issue. But again, you know, I'm looking at the people who are bringing the development. If you got $3 billion, I don't necessarily see you defaulting or messing up this project.
Well, no, I don't see you defaulting either, but I could see you maybe skirting around things that aren't exactly correct for the city. And that's
Well, these
where
are,
I'm more concerned about it.
I understand, but I'm looking at the specs as we have them right now.
Yes, ma'am.
And these are things that are already legally written, that these are obligations that must be adhered to. And again, I'm not a lawyer, don't play one on TV, but I would think that we are responsible, or the powers that be are responsible for making sure that they follow the letter of the board bill or whatever it is, because it's written in legal language that is their obligation to do that.
Right, but they're also not the end user.
But
That's
the
a
end
tenant.
user signs as an agreement to that.
Mm-hmm.
The end
And
user,
we
you know,
don't
they
know who
can't
they
do
are.
anything that isn't signed off on. So, you know, they're signing off that they agree to these terms and conditions.
Right, but they're also not the $3 billion people. We don't know who they are.
Okay.
That's where I'm, you know, I'm just being devil's advocate here, you know, Alderwoman. That's, you know, because we don't know. They haven't told us. It's been a secret.
Again, you know, I would definitely what they call it, a lifeline on the game show. I call for a lifeline to be able to answer this call or this question.
I'm gonna give you an
that
easier
have.
question.
Yeah.
Easier question.
Okay. Thank you, Mona.
Easier question is what's the responsibility, or do we have it set up if we have a fire? Can our first responders handle a fire at a data center?
Well,
is there anything extra going on at a data center if we have a fire?
Well, the data center
that
we took a tour of was fascinating. And again, they have a closed loop system. Data centers, they have to be kept fairly cold. If there would be a fire, they're going to follow the same procedures as any other place needing to, get the fire department in there. These are not places that are cluttered. The machines are in very well structured. It's almost like a library of computers, that hold all of this data. So unless it would be, I'd have to say it would have to, if they had a fire, it would be an electrical fire. But as to my knowledge, I've never heard of a data center catching on fire. That doesn't mean it can't happen. Mona, it could happen.
I was just worried about our first responders and is there something special that we have to do?
Well, they would handle an electrical fire the way that they have been trained to handle electrical fires. You handle a grease fire different than you would handle an electrical fire. So, these are trained, certified people who know their jobs, and we have to trust that they're going to do that the right way.
Just curious if we talked about it when you guys were putting this whole thing together.
All right. Well, thank you, Mona.
All right. Thank you too. I appreciate you.
All righty.
Is there anyone else here to testify in opposition?
We do have two people on the phone, so I just wanted to give them an opportunity. I'll have to ask to unmute them. They want to testify in opposition to the appeal.
I'm just listening in. Thank you.
Great, thank you. And then there's a 636-448-1338 number. Again, you don't have to respond, but if you'd like to testify, you can unmute. It looks like maybe they've left the call. So.
Okay. Let's, with all of the testimony being heard, Jim, let's start with questioning. And let's start with questioning for the appellant.
Anthony, can we have like a 5-minute break, please?
Yes.
Be clear,
I know
Anthony.
it's late, but I just 5 minutes.
Yeah. I'm sorry, Jim. What were you about to say?
Well, to be clear, I've got questions of the petitioner, either Ms. Dvorak or Mr. Hartzler. Those are specifically who I have some questions for.
Sure. For which were okay for the opposition. So
opposition, yeah.
Okay. All right. We're gonna take a quick 5-minute recess.
Going off record at 8:28 p.m.
We'll come back at 8:33. Okay. Mel, are you back?
Sam.
Okay. And Mona, you with us, Mona? Okay. Mona is back.
Sorry, I had to run the dog out real quick.
No problem. Let's continue.
Back on record at 8:37 p.m.
In Mona, just there was a fire at a data center in Ohio. It was too long. It took them caused more than $15 million of damages, and took them 24 hours to put it out.
Holy moly. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Jim.
Okay, so Anthony, I just want to clarify how you like me to approach this. I think I saw Mr. Lambioso still on the line. I see Cecilia Dvorak. I don't see Nick Hartzler.
Nick is still.
He's there. Okay, should I just start with one at a time? And if either of them want to defer to another of their compadres, they're free to do so.
Yes. So let's start with the person you want to question, and then if they defer, we'll get testimony from the others.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Hartzler, mind if I ask you a few questions?
Please do.
Okay, so as I mentioned earlier, the letters refer to, and a number of us were just talking about 3 billion. How do you get to 3 billion of investment into the property? Keeping in mind this hearing is strictly about 3728, I think it is, and east of there, the one property east all the way down to Vandeventer. But I think context of where you come up with 3.09 billion would be helpful.
Yeah, I can vamp for a little bit while I would ask to have David Lambiaso hold up again. He's having difficulty raising his hand. So if the administrator of the Zoom can give him the ability to unmute, he can add some more context. But really, how that total. Oh, perfect. Well, I vamped long enough. David, I'll turn it over.
All right. I'm going to simplify it. The building's going to cost about $1 billion, and the computers are going to cost about $2 billion.
So the 3.09 billion is just the data center renovation and investment.
Correct.
$1 billion to renovate the building, $2 billion for all the data center equipment.
Conservatively.
None of the $3 billion refers to building a hotel and apartment, or building or modifying the armory.
Nope. Those will be incremental.
All right.
Wow.
So somebody say something?
I said, wow.
Okay. But as Mr. Robinson asked earlier, there's, I think it was Mr. Gedeker, there's not yet any commitment to for the armory building yet, and any of the parking lot that's existing there. So
In regards to what?
There's no commitment. Do you have any zoning? Do you have any applications? Do you have any commitment that you're going to build the armory or put the armory into office use?
I think I'd have to ask Nick, because I think one, it's a separate parcel. There is elements of the jobs required, right, that go towards the office component of the armory. There has been multiple attempts in talking with potential tenants with the help of other community stakeholders in attracting the appropriate talent to go into that facility. So it's an active pursuit right now. But no permits have been submitted.
We did submit a zoning only permit for the armory office component at the same time as the submission for the data center component early this year for the famous bar warehouse building. So we did confirm that the zoning on that will work for that site, and that would be also a part of the commitments that are going through with the community benefits agreement, which we have, I believe, provided a draft as a part of our exhibits. And there are commitments to having that development occur at about the same time as the data center, with specific dates that would be tied to the armory specifically needing to be redeveloped. It would be slightly behind the data center component, but it would be happening in tandem with the data center redevelopment. And that's because that's a separate parcel and a separate project and not tied to the zoning of this. It falls under the CBA, not the conditional use permit.
Okay. All right. And then there's been a number of revenue figures thrown out, both in the conditional use hearing. I believe I saw them in the application. Some of them, they're sort of hard to follow until I got a hold of this economic impact agreement, which was Exhibit K within the Lewis Rice letter. So those figures, are those strictly only the data center projections?
That's correct. I can speak to that. So what those figures represent is a combination of largely the real property tax from the facility itself, which in Exhibit K, like you referenced, we kind of took our area of expertise at modeling out what a potential assessed value would be for the building, and that analysis shows that upon full completion, the full assessed value would be about $98.9 million in its first year of fully completion. That assessed value produces an annual total real estate tax of $9.6 million. Then what I would say the lion's share of the tax revenues that you're seeing in the economic impact analysis comes from the personal property tax, which is a lot less subjective than the real property tax, which with those real property tax estimates, we try to be as conservative as possible to not overstate the value of the building. But with personal property tax, there's not a lot of subjectivity to it. When you declare for your personal property taxes, you report to the city assessor what your acquisition cost was. They're based on the type of equipment it is. There are certain depreciation schedules from there, and so that based on that acquisition cost, that property depreciates over its life cycle, and that's kind of how you get to your total taxes from there. So based on that, based on a year one $2 billion personal property investment, that produces an assessed value of $581.9 million, which produces total taxes of $47.2 million. I realize this is a lot of numbers throwing out there, but what I want to talk through is just that because personal property is the biggest chunk of where the tax revenues are coming from, it's about 59% of the total. I just wanted to explain that we modeled out the depreciation of those assets, as well as what we think is a very modest replacement schedule as well.
Okay. I'm not so concerned about the depreciation schedule.
Okay.
I'm trying to get into that first year number.
Oh yeah, of course.
The vast majority of that first year number would be made up from was that Mr. Lambiasa speaking?
Sorry, that was Nick Hartzler. Sorry.
That was Nick. Sorry, it's not popping up on my screen. So that would, the vast majority of that 581,941,000 would be what?
That would be the assessed value of the personal property tax, which translates to a year one personal property tax owed of $47.2 million.
Okay, but what's the major component of that? Is it the data equipment within the data center itself? It's not trucks that you're driving around the property.
Correct. It is equipment that is sourced and put into service inside of the data center.
And
so it's not moving.
And you're confident and certain that those items should be declared and will be declared on your personal property taxes?
Yes.
Okay.
I think there was a statement earlier as to whom would own that. A lot of times those are the tenants that are reporting that, right? It may not necessarily come through the entity of the developer, but they're coming from the property.
Okay, that's a good response. But what I'm getting at is somebody's going to be reporting $581 million of, well, they're going to be reporting what the equipment is. And then the assessor is going to be placing an assessed value on it.
Correct.
Okay. Similar to the real estate tax. The assessor will be assessing the progress of the building and the renovation. And again, this is all strictly 3728 Market down to Vandeventer is what you're referring to.
That is correct.
Okay.
I have a question.
I'm sorry, along the lines of what Jim brought up. Mr. Lambiaso, you mentioned $1 billion on the building and $2 billion for the data center. So to me, $2 billion seems in the realm of what a data center of this size would be, but $1 billion on the building and renovation seems astronomically high. In this area, even if we were using $500 a square foot, and let's say we'll round this building up to 100,000 square feet, that's still only $50 million. Where are you arriving at $1 billion?
It's actually 1.2 is kind of the numbers that I've been receiving thus far. But I'm being conservative again at being 1 billion. But yeah, I mean, we're in direct communication with suppliers and contractors to bring this project into life, and we're getting pricing. So that's what we have to go. It's $1 billion for the equipment, and by equipment I mean generators, chillers, UPS modules, PDUs, crawl units, fan wall units, all the infrastructure that goes into this facility that then gets permanently attached to the building to make this a data center.
So then break down for me what the 2 billion entails.
Servers, personal property. Racks, personal property. Installations from the tenant themselves. We supply the utility for the tenant to be able to control the environment for their compute. And that's the handoff and the cost breakdown between the developer and the tenant.
I have a question for you, Mr. Lambiaso. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry. Mr. Lambiaso, that works out to be over $14,000 per square foot.
Sure. Data center pricing is very high, and data centers are becoming more dense, so square footage becomes more expensive. It's about the systems that support it. That's usually the cost indicator for the costs. We're not going off of rules of thumb. We're getting real pricing. This is a real project. We have potential tenants that are talking to us, that are listening to this tonight, and we're getting pricing on all of this equipment to make this project come to life. So this is not just us assuming costs. We're going out and getting debt quotes. We have equity lined up. This is all happening real time, and they're seeing how this results tonight to see if we move forward or not.
If I could also just add a point of clarity, the maximum square footage permitted per the approved conditional use permit is 525,000 square feet. So per square foot, it would end up being about 5,714, including the equipment. It's about 1,900 per square foot on the building construction. And I think the other thing to just note and remember is that that this project has evolved to actually renovate the existing building, which has significant repair and requirements in order to get it up to par for data center technology to be installed. And so I think just those additional factors might be helpful in quantifying some of the costs. Sorry.
And before because I interjected when Jim was asking, Jim, did you have any additional questions?
Well,
regarding,
I guess just in general, there has been no independent verification of any of these numbers. So I certainly think that would possibly be contemplated. But I'll certainly pass on to Ann at this point.
Yeah, my question would be, have you thought about reserving funds for conditions that might be set that where you might need to pay out money for all kinds of conditions that might be set for this to work out for you? Do you understand what I'm saying? Is that part of what you've put in the budget?
I apologize. I wasn't sure if that was to me. So in regards to what, for specifically to meet I think a lot of people have mentioned like bonding. I think that's something that we're open to discuss, right? I've seen projects where, like making sure that as simple as making sure that the trees, don't die after the first year. You do performance bonds, right? So, I think there's mechanisms I would kind of, lean on the lawyers in the room to help guide us to the assurance of making the community comfortable with us fulfilling our obligations. And what
And
the
that might have,
Sorry.
that might cost something. And I'm wondering, have you accounted for that in the money that you're talking about?
we do have significant contingency funds, and as well as funds to address the obligations of the CBA, as well as
Okay.
ensuring that we're meeting the community's requirements.
Okay.
So,
Mr.
yeah, I'm sorry, Mel, Jim.
I'll let Mel go.
It's just completely off the subject for what they're talking, but at the very beginning of all this, and I should have asked you maybe during the hearings also, you had and I've looked through all my paperwork, you had your original public hearings at about 500 Prospect Avenue. Did you ever have any public hearings that you can prove that you had public hearings for the location you're talking about now in Market?
I'm gonna defer to Cecilia for that, who needs to be unmuted again.
I apologize. I keep unmuting myself, or muting myself. My kids keep coming in. We held at our own discretion and without any requirement of the city processes 2 public hearings after hearing a significant level of frustration and displeasure with the 500 Prospect Avenue project. That was totally on the developer's request for us to accomplish that. And we received a lot of feedback, which led to the proposal that you all have before you. Through that process, we did have a conditional use permit hearing that was properly noticed. And we discussed the adjustments that were made to the proposal based on the public comment. But at no point is there any current requirement that this project hold any independent or developer sponsored additional community engagement, either by executive order or by the existing zoning code. So the technicality of it is correct that people speak of. We didn't have a separate one for this new project. But based on the fact that that wasn't a requirement, but we were doing it out of our desire to try and get that feedback in the first place, that we felt like that was an appropriate course of action.
How did you advertise that to the public?
We put that out in as much media as possible. We ended up having close to 250 individuals show up in person and over 200 folks in virtual as well.
Okay, so I don't see any documentation to it. That's the reason I'm asking.
I think we did provide that as part of our response in the submission as discussion items in the executive order question and answer.
Again, I don't see any of it. That's my question. People tell me stuff all the time, and they tell us board stuff all the time, what they want to hear and what needs to be done. I'm just saying is I don't have any documentation to that. And it's a different location.
Totally understand what you're saying, and I hope you understand what I'm saying.
I'm totally understand what you're saying. I'm just saying is I don't have any proof that it's true.
So,
and I get lied to a lot.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Mr. Vorak, the board member, so what you've described is that there were meetings held based on a different location, but there were no meetings held for this location. Is that correct?
The developer held meetings for a different location, received feedback, and provided this location in response, correct?
Thank you. Tim, I see you have your hand up, but unless a board member has a question for you,
Thank you. I just had a quick question from
No.
board member Desdemoni. What sort of documentation would you like? I'll just mention, Cecilia is under oath. I think she was involved in running the meeting.
I
Are
just
you
like
looking
when it
for
was held,
receipts
when
for
it was held,
advertising?
when it was held, where it was held, stuff like that.
Okay. I'm sure we could provide that in an affidavit or whatever further documentation you need.
I just want to make sure that this
Thank you
got
very
vetted
much.
properly. I just want to make sure this got vetted properly to the public, that they weren't told because we've seen this before, where somebody said, "Oh, yeah, we're going to do this project here," and they go and do this project here, and we're just trying to make sure it got vetted to the public properly. Because if we deny or we grant the request, I want to make sure that we're talking things that have been properly vetted.
I appreciate that very much.
That's all. Okay.
Yep. I will just mention as a
I never
as a
said
side
myself who
note
was
that-
lying. I'm just saying is we get lied to all the time by people under oath. So I'm not saying she would. I'm just saying I'm skeptical. We've seen it too many times.
I'll just mention one thing that's a side note, which is this has gotten intense media scrutiny for over a year, and I was not involved in the project, but I saw promotion of all of these things regularly through multiple channels, and so I think people would be pretty hard pressed to say that there was some sort of switcheroo here.
Oh,
So
all the documentation that came in from all the opposition has the address on it. So I just want to make sure that it actually did have a hearing somewhere. That's all.
Thank you very much.
This is probably my last line of questioning, Anthony. And I guess I'll pose it to Mr. Dvorak, but anybody's welcome to speak up, I guess, of the three that we've been talking to in the last 10 minutes. So the large load agreement, probably recognize it here. I cannot see where the full financial cost of interconnectivity, grid. I mean, I think there's a couple of instances where it says that if you have it, if you own it, you'll pay for it. I've read through this a couple of times, and I guess my questions are, where does it say you're going to pay for certain items, or the developer or the whoever, the developer, where does it say you're going to pay for certain items? And are these agreements typically set in stone, or are they negotiated with Ameren as you go through the process?
If you'll allow me a little bit of time to find the exact page in it, I can try to point you towards that. But before I start searching for that, those cost agreements and funding agreements do come in the form of a construction agreement that the developer enters into with Ameren. And that's the agreement that's binding, requiring them to fund all of those improvements.
But is this a draft or like a sample, or is this the agreement?
So that is not the construction agreement. That is the large load tariff that Ameren has on record with the Missouri Public Service Commission that outlines the construction cost requirement.
David, maybe David Lambiaso, while you look for that.
Sure, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we have signed a construction agreement and we have agreed to payments, and we've made payments already for those improvements. So all improvements and even design that Ameren is incurring, we're paying for. And we're building a large amount of that infrastructure on our site as well, right? So we are bearing that cost by way of construction agreements with Ameren.
So there's an agreement that's not been part of this this hearing yet.
It's a public utility. It's with Ameren.
But I mean, it wasn't supplied to us to review it or anything. This was an attachment to Mr. Giller.
No, that's correct.
Yeah,
That's correct, Jim.
Okay. So at this point, we just have to take it on faith that certain, I would call marginal costs built into the that need to run the electricity to this place are going to be paid for by the developer and not by the rate holders.
I would also add that there is language, I believe, within the conditional use permit that also requires the developer fund all electric infrastructure improvements. So there are two elements that are enforcing that. It's not just the large load tariff, but I believe it's also in the conditional use permit. If it's not in the conditional use permit, I apologize for misspeaking. Then it is in the community benefits agreement, but it's in one of those two documents. I'm sorry, I don't have that.
I
There
believe
is a-
Rob,
I believe I
Rob
have
has,
it.
has confirmed it's in the conditional use permit.
I thought this is proof of that, or like this was a draft of that statement, but apparently it's not. Okay.
How much office space did you say they're going to put in there, or is that something that was another side issue that was?
Are you referring to the armory?
Yes.
I believe the building is about 180,000 square feet. So
Somebody said there was.
if you include some of the lower levels, it's even above that, right? But there's talks of preserving some of that for parking, right? For the office users as well. So I mean, 100 office users don't necessarily need that amount of square footage, right? But we're trying to attract larger, honestly, headcounts for that building.
And then I'm sorry.
Because right now, I mean, you're going to put more office space down there, and I'm looking at a little over 100,000 square feet of vacant office space that's been recently built.
I mean, the armory is vacant as well, so it's a win-win for the city, right? To fill space that's vacant.
If you're going to fill it up, but there's 100,000 square feet that's still not even, that's right there, that's not filled up. I'm looking at it right there on CoStar. You keep telling me we're going to fill up the armory, but they can't fill up the spaces there. These are all Class A, brand new Class A buildings. Go ahead, Nick.
If I may revisit the question on within the large load tariff, then where it states the construction cost shall be borne by the developer, if that's acceptable.
Go ahead, Mr. Hartzler.
Unfortunately, the document that as it would be printed off is not doesn't have page numbers, but within the PDF that I'm looking at, it would be the 34th page under General Rules and Regulations, Section 3, Distribution System Extensions. Then within that section, it is subsection M, as in Mary, where it states modification or enlargement of system for high voltage service or large load customer service. And that is the section that would require, goes on to explain that any infrastructure improvements required for the connection cost are borne by the developer. It should be noted that anytime there are utility infrastructure that is built up and placed on a private property, that is always borne by the developer. That is not Ameren equipment. So that's not necessarily part of this because it's already assumed to be borne by the cost of the developer. However, it's those extension costs where the large load tariff goes into detail, stating that the customer in this case is responsible for those costs.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think see where you're talking about. And as far as the collateral posting, am I correct in reading that one option for collateral posting is a parental guarantee? So there's an LOC, there's a post cash LOC, and a parental guarantee. Is that correct, Mr. Hartzler?
On that, I would defer to David.
Okay.
Is it for regards to Ameren?
Yes.
Yeah, they have it's a whole variety of credit requirements and letter of credits to satisfy the take or pay, right? To ensure that the contract obligations are met.
I understand, but is one of the postings, potential postings, just a parental guarantee of the facility?
I'd have to validate with the ESA. I believe it's something like that, but once again, it's about the quality of the credit that is signing or guaranteeing the contract.
And maybe I'll ask the question a different way. Is this document negotiable with Ameren, or is it?
No, those are state mandated tariffs. I mean, there's elements that are negotiable, but the section that you're talking about is not negotiable from what we're aware of. We've had lawyers look at it. I'm not a lawyer, so sorry to.
Seems to me if you're only willing to post cash or letters of credit, that's actually favorable to Ameren. Okay.
Utilities have been protecting themselves. We'll just say that.
Well,
right?
a parental guarantee is not cash or LOCs. A parental guarantee is just the promise of somebody to pay. Yes, they may be well rated, but that's not cash or a letter of credit or a demand letter of credit. Okay.
I mean, these are, I believe, state regulated requirements, right? So I think we would have to take it up with the, state legislature for how Ameren acts.
Okay, thank you.
Further questions? Yes, Mona.
On another note, who pays if the hydraulic study discovery major water system improvements are necessary? Is that cost bore by you?
I mean, we're using very little water. If there's improvements that are required to receive our affluent discharge and other runoff, I would assume that, yes, we would be required to pay for those improvements. I've done so on other projects. The use of air-cooled chillers is heavily going to alleviate any requirements we have of the city systems for both discharge and consumption of water.
But any requirement, your statement is that you guys would pay for that?
Yes, I mean, that's what I've seen in the past, right? We'd have to discuss that with the water department.
Discuss it or pay for it?
Pay for it.
Okay. And do you have a tenant for the data center?
We have many interested clients.
So no.
They can't sign until we have guarantee of entitlements. So they've been following this process very carefully.
What happens if the tenant or the property owner changes? Does the obligations automatically transfer to every future owner or operator? Is that in the contract?
I would point to Cecilia or Nick for that, or a lawyer.
Yeah, either Cecilia or Rob.
There you go.
Yeah, the obligations that are in the community benefits agreement and the conditional use permit are held with the property. And so regardless, as long as this developer and this property owner is actively using the data center in this way, or using this property in this way, the conditions have to be met and otherwise would be revocable.
Used in this way. So if the data center is not being used, then it doesn't run.
The
with
data
the
center is
land?
not being used, and the conditional use permit would fall out of approval. It expires upon, and Mary can correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that if after a data center is not in use for a certain amount of time, the conditional use permit is no longer valid.
If there, just to clarify, if there is a cessation of the use, then the conditional use permit is no longer valid. And so there'd be no ability to continue to use the property in that fashion.
So who would clean the site up?
I'm sorry, Mary can interject.
Yeah. That's not exactly true. So if the conditional use permit is issued, the conditional use permit is issued to the applicant. If they cease to use it as a data center for 1 year, then they lose the conditional use.
Got it. So then that would go to my next question. If the data center is not being used for a year, is there a reason that the site would be deemed environmentally unsafe?
No, this is not, this isn't like an automatic brownfield use. If that's what you're getting at, it wouldn't create an issue that like a dry cleaners would or something like that, where it would not be reusable.
So there wouldn't be any need to clean it up or anything of that nature.
Well,
Anybody could come in.
There is a decommissioning condition whereby if it wasn't in use, then the hardest part would be getting any equipment out of the building, and that would be the developer would be responsible for doing that.
Thank you.
Mary, is the CUP going to transfer to new owners when the property is sold?
You're muted, Mary.
Sorry about that. So if they would cease to own the data center and someone else would want to come along and run the data center, within that 12-month period, they could transfer it, but they would have to agree to all the same conditions. If they could not agree to all the same conditions, then they would have to go through a conditional use hearing themselves.
My understanding is there's an intent to sell. I got so many notes here that you guys are planning on selling it. I believe I saw that in the application.
So it's in their best interest to agree to all the conditions.
Yeah, I believe what the application was referencing is the current property owner will be selling it to the applicant, which is David Lambiaso.
Right.
Lambiaso, sorry.
Okay.
So those conditions would automatically transfer to any future new owner and operator. That's what Mary was telling us.
Correct.
Okay, my next question is who performs the annual compliance audit? Is that and I guess that's kind of the same question I asked Alderwoman Keys. That is that's not chosen by us or by you or by a committee, or how's that going to work?
As of right now, the way the conditional, and Mary can step in and tell me if she knows otherwise or feels otherwise, but as of right now, the conditional use permit doesn't say who chooses the auditor, if you will, or who does the testing. We would be happy to include that it would need to be a third party that's specifically selected by the city. That's not abnormal for zoning requirements to have the city select the person doing the testing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Actually, I found the reference I was asking. I'm sorry we're jumping around here, folks, but the current owner is selling the project and the site. So the new developer who you met, Rod Thomas, who I haven't seen on this phone call, and David Dinesh Vares, which we haven't seen on this phone call either, they would be taking over ownership of the property upon closing, and we do not know who the user is at that point. I think
So
that was
I'm-
from the application.
I'm part of the owners group that would be taking over. So you are talking to significant owner as part of the new ownership group. And
You'll
like
be
I
the
said,
in-
tenants are under NDAs and can't move forward unless they have surety of entitlements, which has been, obviously something that we are working through with the city here.
So you're going to be the end owner, is that correct?
I'm one of the owners, yes, for
At
this
the-
facility.
Okay, great. Thank you. Oh, I did have another question with regard to if the Ameren is unable to, these hot summer days and the backup generators have to kick in. Do we have any statistics on how long that has to go on? I mean, do the diesel generators kick in and for days? Or
No.
is that typical?
So we did, and I have to go back and check, but we had done some reliability of service to that site. And it's a very high, data center providers talk in nines, right? Or reliability. It's a lot of nines, which means that that site has not lost power in years. It's been very stable, right? Through all the months, right? So it's a very reliable system. If you go down to the site, you'll see great infrastructure right next to the facility, which is one of the tracking points for why this makes sense in this location. And we don't, the generators are there for emergency cases only, but we always look at, statistics of how many outages are typical for an area. And their power is typically restored fairly fast when you have strong, responsive utility providers such as Ameren.
So you would not anticipate the generators would run for 24 hours at a time?
No.
What would be a long period, in your opinion, that they would run if they were to have to kick in? I know it's speculatory here, so just
No, I know. I'm just trying. I mean, it's like hours per year, right? So it's not, maybe
Okay.
cumulative with the testing and everything. Yes, it stays, but it's over 365 days, right? So it's
Right.
hours at a time, not days at a time.
Okay. Did you give me hours? I'm sorry, I missed it.
I mean, it's speculative. So, I mean, I've seen outages maybe like 2 to 4 hours before in communities. And this is going to sound a little bit more technical. That's usually in situations where you have like manual throwovers at the switch level for the utility provider. Ameren has a lot of automatic throwovers, so they're able to divert and redirect energy to restore power pretty fast if there is blips in the system or challenges to distribution. So I would say that they probably would even beat that 2 to 4 hour projection.
Okay, so if we're in a crisis situation, would you defer to the generators and Ameren would push to the residents and the hospitals and let your generators kick in?
Oh, of course. I mean, yeah, I would have to look at that's pretty normal where, there's customer basis that are more important than compute, right? Obviously, if we're supporting the hospital, I would say that we're pretty critical too. We're not currently talking to any hospital tenants.
You're kind of right in between two of them, or two
Yeah,
maybe.
yeah. I mean, the hospitals, and I'm sure that is already in a requirement within the state legislature.
Okay.
Emergency correspondence and things of that nature tend to take precedence for.
Yeah,
utility
just if it were to come, the electrical grid becomes constrained is kind of where my brain was going, is my question.
Yeah, and They usually limit the amount of utilization of the grid, meaning that they already are taking into account that strain. I think this would be more in a case of a natural disaster where it would have to be, the appropriate actions of the utility providers to restore emergency services. And those hospitals likely, honestly, would also be running generators.
Probably, yeah. Okay.
Yes.
All right. That all makes sense to me. I just, trying to cover all the bases here.
No, understood.
Did we
Totally
turn over all
understand.
the rocks and ask all the right questions, Okay. That's for the moment. That's all I got for you. Thank you, sir.
No problem.
Any other questions from the board?
What happens? I got a question for you. So worst case scenario, what happens when you lose power, you can't get your generators going? What's worst case scenario for the community?
Is that to the developer? Is that to me?
Whoever wants to answer it.
Sure. If you lose power and our generators don't start up, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, what's the worst case scenario for my community?
I mean, it impacts the site, not necessarily the community. It just means
my
that the data center goes down.
Okay, that was my questions.
Yeah, no, it's fine. I don't think there's an impact to the community, other than if there's any obligations for providing, and there is none from what I'm aware of, to provide power from the data center to the community.
Okay.
Any other board members have any questions? Yes, Andy.
Sorry, go ahead, Ann.
Sorry. I was going to ask, do we reserve comments for deliberations, or is that now?
No, not now.
Comments?
Yes, not a question. Is that for our discussions?
Yeah, comments are for our discussion.
Okay.
Yes, Andy.
Okay, I just wanted to remind the chairman that there was a little bit of leftover time from the allotted 10 minutes for the petitioner and the applicant.
Yes, I am aware of that, and I was just trying to make sure that the board did not have any additional questions.
Ugh.
Okay, let's hear from the appellant.
Yeah,
So are you taking closing statements now, Mr. Robinson?
Yes.
Okay, just to make sure everybody knows what we're doing.
Yes. These my apologies. These are closing statements.
So Alicia,
one person from the appellant side, if they would like to speak. So is there anyone here?
you would raise your hand so we can identify you.
If there's anyone here from the Missouri Coalition for the Environment or anyone else that wants to give any closing remarks as rebuttal? is. Mr. Chairman, are you ready then to go on and ask for closing remarks from the applicant?
Yes, so we've got
There's a
Laura
hand.
Philla that
Oh, it looks like we do have someone on the appellant side. Lauren Villa, maybe?
yes.
The original organization reserved 3 minutes.
So are you speaking for them, Miss Villa?
Hi, yeah, Henry is not on unless Henry jumps back on. I'd be willing to speak for just for the remaining couple minutes.
Hussein?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, there are a couple things that I heard that I think we would like to rebut. Early on, it was stated that SB4 won't harm residents. The Missouri Consumers Council actually calculated that, according to calculations from utility rate experts, SB4 would add more than $1,115 per year in utility rates to increase to Missouri households. And they've been vocal about, as a consumer council, about how SB4 actually will increase utility rates. I think it needs to be said that that will hurt low-income residents the most, including St. Louis Public School students. Right now, 31% of St. Louis households are utility burdened, with as many as 54% of households in North St. Louis being utility burdened. From what I could tell, most of the people that testified against the appeal have some sort of financial tie to this proposal, and I think that this board should consider that that speaks to this to the proposal's lack of ability to convince the public to support this. Even with the town halls that they did, they were not able to get the public behind that, and that really should speak volumes about what was done. There was testimony from Cecilia that MSD will tightly regulate wastewater. I think we need to consider again that this is a new industry. MSD has violated the Clean Water Act in 2011 and was forced to pay a large settlement, so we can't rely on that. That's not a good enough answer. Just a little bit ago, there was talk about if there is an emergency, will the power be diverted from the data center to local hospitals? And I think the language that was used was, I'm sure that the state requirements, there are state requirements for that. I don't believe that that's the case. There has been discussion about statewide, what they call kill switch legislation, which would require diverting power from high energy using data centers to cities, to residents, to hospitals. That has not passed. So if they can support that with some documentation, right now we're just taking that on their word that they would be able to, that they would be willing to change that. Let's see. Sorry, I wasn't prepared, so I'm just thinking if there's anything else. I know that I appreciated, I think, Mel bringing up that data centers have caught on fire before. You can't put out electrical fires with water. I don't believe that there's any evidence to show that the St. Louis Fire Department has either been trained on putting out 120 megawatts or has the capacity and equipment to put out that scale of electrical fire. And usually, or often at least, that amount of equipment uses PFAS, which is one of the things we're concerned about, the forever chemicals. Thank you, and again, we're asking for this to be appealed.
Okay. Mr. Goldsmith.
Thank you. I will try not to prolong what has already been a very long day and evening. Again, from the respondent side, we appreciate your time and attention. It's very valuable to the process. I do want to just state very quickly that this facility will never get an occupancy permit unless the fire marshal and the fire department of the city of St. Louis sign off on it testing of the fact that there is a plan in place to make sure that any catastrophes or fires or whatever can be handled by the first responders. Just want to remind you what I said at the beginning and ask you to focus on facts, not conjecture, not speculation. The conditions in place are robust. They provide for a very appropriate, safe project. We're not talking about tornadoes, climate change, rises in temperature, increases in violence if you're walking by a data center. None of these things were supported by actual evidence or empirical data. I think the contrast in the presentation between the appellants and the presentation of the respondents is quite telling, and that our position was based on evidence, based on data, based on facts, and we would respectfully ask the board to deny the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Goldsman. Any board members have any additional questions? Mary?
Yes.
So before I read into the record exhibits, I think there was mention that there were additional
Sure.
exhibits.
So if you could read into the record all of the exhibits through CC, and then I will read the 4 remaining exhibits that are not on your list.
Thank you.
Okay.
Hearing no additional questions from the board, I will read into the record, excuse me, exhibits. Certified copy of the zoning ordinance, appeal to the board from the Missouri Coalition for the Environment with attachments, copy of 17 appeals with attachments joining the Missouri Coalition for the Environment, basis of appeal based on the Board of Public Service issuance of permit with conditions, meeting notice letters for July 29th, 2026, City Journal public notices, photographs, Sanborn maps, copy of meeting notice letters from July 1st, 2026, letter from the Missouri Coalition for the Environment requesting for continuance or request for continuance, email letter of opposition to the request for continuance from David Lambacio, co-founder and chief development officer of Terawatt. 29 letters in support of appeal number 12026. Copy of organization chart from the City of St. Louis government, emailed from Miguel and Carla Alexander. Letter of opposition to appeal number 12026 from Alderman Toms Olgenberg. Email from Sean Ordway, Deputy Assessor, calculating assessed valuation. Email with 25 attachments from Elise Schaefer. Email with 3 attachments from Tina Pill. Email with 7 attachments from Ben West. Email with 1 attachment from Carrie McCullen. Email with 6 attachments from Daniel Pate. Email with 2 attachments from Henry Robertson. Email with 2 attachments from Danny Kahn. Email with 14 attachments from Hannah E. Gallagher. Email with 2 attachments from Danny Kahn. Email with 1 attachment from Daniel Pate. Email with 5 attachments from Daniel Pate. Email with 2 attachments from Gary Connolly. Email with 1 attachment from Tina Pill. Copy of the BPS file.
And then the following attachments: an email with 1 attachment from Sean Ordway, an email with 19 attachments from Kathleen Logan Smith, an email with 1 attachment from the Missouri Coalition for the Environment, and that's it.
And with that, excuse me, I will consider this appeal having been heard.
Off record at 9:40 p.m.
Thank you, Devin, for your
Yeah.
service.
Thank
And
you.
I'm just gonna ask transcript orders from anyone on this one.
Probably.
Not a normal thing I normally ask with you guys, but thought I would ask.
So if you're asking if we would like a copy of the transcript,
yep.
Yes, we would like a copy of the transcript sent to the zoning office, please. Thank you.
Yeah, you got it. Any other copies before I jump off? All right. Have a good night, guys.
Thank you.
It is now 9:41. Can I hear a motion for continuance for deliberation?
We'll have to post and notice, so we would have to continue that for, we couldn't even tell you when right now. I don't know when we could get back on an agenda.
Board members, how do you feel about
Let's power through it.
on this?
Been here this long.
I'd rather take a break and continue.
Me
Take
too.
take a 5-minute break is what I mean, and then continue.
Okay, it is.
I would like a little longer than 5 minutes, please. Like
how much
8.
time do you need?
Can I get like 8 minutes?
You're 10 minutes.
10 minutes. It is 9:42. We will come back at 9:52.
Thanks, Anthony.
Recess. No problem.
Bathroom keys there. Oh, there. I'm there. Sorry. You need to have them on.
Is anybody in the building that'll be leaving by the employee exit?
Yeah, we have a few. I will be.
I'm getting worried to walk to my car. What
We can
can
all walk out together.
Okay, thanks.
Somebody suggested that we continue and maybe we'll do it. Huh? Yeah. Those suggested one condition. Yeah. We'll put them on. She's on there, but this is her last meeting. I'll be right back. I'm about to run out of
Oh. Was.
Okay, let's see. We got Mona and Jim, Mel. Mary, Mia. Let's proceed.
Mr. Robinson, just one note for the board. We have one city person here. His name is Mark Spikerman. So if you have a question that has to do with the community benefits agreement, he is an attorney that represents the city entity SLDC. So he'd be considered a staff person, and he'd be able to answer your questions in deliberation. Okay. I just wanted you to know who it was that was speaking with you.
Got it. I see him here.
What's his name? What's his name again? I can't see everybody. I'm on my phone.
Mark Spikerman. He
His name is
just
Mark
Thank you.
came on video.
Hello, Mark.
Hello, everyone.
Anthony, can I just start out with clarifying what the voting tally has to be for whatever options we go down? May I just repeat that, or would you like to repeat that?
Would you like for me to state it?
Let's state it to make sure everybody is clear.
Sure. So if the vote is simply to accept the BPS decision as it was issued, it's a simple majority. So it's a 3-2 vote. If the vote is to overturn the BPS decision or modify in it, meaning modifying one of the conditions, then you'll need at least 4 concurring votes to do that. So that's a 4-1 or a 5-0 vote.
And when you say modify condition, that includes adding conditions.
Yes, sir.
So Mary, can you tell us how it will be stated? Will you say reverse or affirm, or how will you put it to us so I can be clear about
Sure.
to vote?
So if the motion is to accept the BPS decision as issued, then the motion would be to rule, or to, I'm sorry, the motion would be to uphold the BPS decision. If the motion is to overturn the BPS decision, then that would be the motion to overturn it, or the motion would be to uphold the BPS decision with amendments.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Uphold means to deny the appeal?
Uphold means to deny the appeal.
Okay,
right.
Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Board? Thoughts?
Well, my thought is I don't want to uphold the appeal because I don't want to deny it. I think it's I'd like to make some amendments to it, is my thought.
I mean, you don't want to uphold the BPS decision as written, Mona?
Right. I want to add some amendments to it.
And there's just a lot of speculation. There's a lot of
Mm-hmm.
And I understand when you're doing something like this, you have to take some risk and you have to have some forward thinking and take that. But I mean, there was just so many times, well, if this happens, and that's what my problem with some of it is that there's a lot of what ifs.
That's life. Yeah. I
I
agree.
guess that's what I'm sure that's some of your amendments, Mona, cover some of those things.
Yes.
Okay. Have at it, young
Try
lady.
to.
Well, I'll speak up if we're going to offer up amendments. I have some as well for us to consider, but you certainly go first, Mona.
My
So
my amendments have.
is
Go
the
ahead.
motion to uphold with amendments and then we're having discussion? Is that?
That we were discussing
I think we're just discussing.
possible amendments.
Okay.
That's how I was presenting myself.
So when are you talking, I just want to make sure I get clear notes. So are you amending existing conditions or are you adding?
I'm adding. My thought is to add conditions. I really wasn't messing with the conditions that they already had.
Okay.
I have a little of both, just putting that out there for you before
I'm
Mona
okay
gets
with
going.
that, Jim.
That's good to know. What I'm going to
Yeah.
ask to make sure that we get clear notes is if you're amending an existing condition, identify it by number. By the number it is on the BPS decision, so we know exactly which condition it is you're attempting to amend.
Okay.
Okay.
Jim, why don't you start since you're wanting to amend conditions that are already there?
Oh. Okay, well, I'll start with the amendments and then I'll turn it over to you, okay?
All right.
And then you may send it back to me.
Exactly. Okay.
7E, Mary, I mentioned this during the call. They have a minimum air quality index of 150. That should be a 50. I propose that would make it consistent with both the Planning Commission, Board Bill 49, and even the Community Benefits Agreement. They state somewhere in there that they're okay with 50.
So the amendment then is for 7E to read, do not test backup generators on bad air quality days when the air quality index, AQI in parentheses, is above 50?
Yes.
Okay.
That's good, Jim. Thank you.
And the scale goes from 0 to 300, and 150, it only happens about 6 or 7 days a year. But 50, it's much more often, so it's more restrictive. And as I said, the people on the data center, people are already agreeable to it. I'd like to add a condition under G after GE, so I guess it'd be GF.
I don't have, wait.
Yeah,
Are we still on 7?
Oh, no, sorry, I meant paragraph 8. So if I'm adding a condition, that's not for me to say yet, right?
No,
Okay.
you can.
Oh, okay. Well, it's the Planning Commission has a statement called about backup generators will comply with National Fire Protection Association standards. So I can read it word for word out of Board Bill 49, which I believe is taken from the latest Planning Commission memo.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I would be adding item 8F to the CUP. Backup generators shall meet the performance requirements of the most recent, and this is four words capitalized, National Fire Protection Association, and then NFPA in parentheses, standards for emergency and standby power systems. Backup generators shall meet the performance requirements of the most recent National Fire Protection Association standards for emergency and standby power systems. And I take that back, that might belong in provision 7. Yeah, that would be 7F, Mary,
Okay.
right
Seven.
after the one that I just changed.
Okay.
And those are all the ones that are basically are sort of boilerplate changes. So Mona, why don't you go?
Could I ask a question here?
Absolutely.
So Jim, your vote then is what?
I'm not voting yet. I'm suggesting
Okay.
potential changes for us to changes to the CUP for us to consider.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
We are not, he has not made a motion.
Okay.
Vote on.
Mary, I don't know where mine's at, and so I'm just saying mine are added on at the end if we consider these.
Okay. We should decide if they fall within one of those 1 through 9 parameters. Yeah.
Okay, this is the question that I asked at the end about the water. So I guess it would go in water responsibility number 6, which would be who pays if the hydraulic study discovers major water system improvements? So it would be that they would pay for any water hydraulic.
So is that amended? It's not amending current condition under number 6. Are you suggesting
adding?
So you're suggesting a 6E?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so you'll need to tell me exactly what you want that to say.
I wanted to say that they would pay for any additional discovery of water system improvements that are necessary for their operation. From any hydraulic study discovery. And I kind of changed that on you, sorry.
Okay, so I didn't get any, all I have is petitioner pays for any additional what?
Major water system improvements that are necessary. From the hydraulic study discoveries.
Okay. What was the word between hydraulic and discoveries?
Any.
I think it was study, hydraulic study.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Any hydraulic studies.
Okay.
And then I'm looking to see if we can get them, or not if we can, but to put into place a bond if the building becomes, it's no longer used as a data center.
So I don't think this board has the authority to require bonds.
Mia?
Or post collateral.
There we go.
Oh,
I don't know if we have
which would be a
that
bond.
either.
Could be a bond. Is Mia there?
I'm frozen now. Oops.
The problem is we can't play.
There she is.
And have your phone going at the same time, but like the same way. You could step out in the hallway, or you could just mute my microphone. Okay.
Right. Okay. Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, good. So
I do believe you can add the condition, but the issue here is that I do not believe you all have enough information to be able to do this where it's proportionate to the condition that you're trying to cover. So if you arbitrarily choose a number, then that's where I see the potential dilemma here, because I don't know how you're going to be able to assess what that bond would look like, what the amount would be. And that's where there's a slippery slope there.
And
Does that help?
I agree with that, which is why I was looking to continue this. But
Well, let's
continue,
find
board.
a way.
I absolutely agree that there should be a bond, but I don't think at this point in time we have enough information to make that decision.
Correct.
Well, he's telling us what it's going to cost to put the data center together, which is $2 billion.
Yeah, he says 2 billion plus $1 billion for the renovation. The $1 billion for the renovation just seems, again, astronomical. As a developer, I just cannot.
I'm not. Yeah, so if we're decommissioning the data use, that's what I'm talking about. So the $1 billion to do the building wouldn't be part of it. So it would be the $2 billion bond to decommission that.
So
it wouldn't cost $2 billion, no, to decommission the building so that it could be used for something else. And it would be a fraction of that. And they're open to that. Why shouldn't we do it? What if we strike and we put the wrong number on it? What does that hurt? It doesn't hurt. It only helps.
If Mia's not going to speak up, I'll say if you put an arbitrary number out there, you're probably inviting a lawsuit.
Thank you, Mary. I was trying to figure out how to mute. Yes, that is the issue here, because that definitely, like, you're arbitrarily choosing the number. And that is, again, a slippery slope, and it could subject your decision to challenge.
Well, how do we protect the city then?
Mona, I believe that there should be a bond. I think that
the operator could declare bankruptcy.
I believe that there should be a bond.
Can you make it
not only as it relates to that, but also as it relates to employment not being met. Yes, I just don't think that this evening we are prepared to set that. And again, that's why I was going to continue this, because I believe there absolutely should be a bond, but.
Well, it's a good thing we're talking about it then.
Well, how about Mark? He's negotiating the community benefits agreement, is he not?
Yes. Yes, I can speak to that. The community benefits agreement does require a decommissioning plan. In which they would have to present a plan. Just reading the language here. Basically returning the building to sort of a white box status, and also properly recycling all of the electronic and computer components.
Is there contemplation of some kind of posting some kind of collateral yet?
That play devil's advocate a bit from the developer's perspective, that would be extremely expensive. The community benefits agreement has other means of enforcement, including specific performance.
So you wouldn't be
Which is-
willing to
which
put
is-
that in there?
It's a two-way bargain. We have offered in our negotiations put that in there before, but is not in the current draft.
You had it in there before?
It takes two parties to agree to it. It is not in the current form.
So they said no to it before?
Yeah, there's no meeting of minds on it.
But yet they agreed to it in our meeting.
And what was the amount of that, Mr. Spiker?
Undetermined.
What was the city's request?
We never got into dollar amount details.
So
what some percentage of total development cost?
I mean, I will tell you payment bonds for like public works projects usually have premiums in the range of 1 to 2% of total project cost.
Okay.
You know, I don't know that would be the cost here, but because I'm not sure, honestly, I'm not sure the availability of a bond for a decommissioning plan like this. But if that were the case and you were looking at a $3 billion project, that is quite a large sum.
Could I make a comment here?
Sure.
I think that if we're going to set conditions, that needs to be a dedicated, focused discussion, and also a little bit of research needs to be done so that we really know what we're doing as these conditions are developed. I think right now we're at the end of a very long day and we're having sort of an off-the-cuff discussion about it and, throwing out ideas, and that's great. But I do strongly feel that we should have a focused, dedicated discussion about conditions and then understand what the requirements are for those conditions. And that takes time. That takes a little bit of research. That's just my perspective. I'll sit here until tomorrow morning if we have to, it's okay. But that's my thought about that.
I'm in agreement with you, Ann.
Mm-hmm.
But I think this conversation is great because it's bringing up that we can consider, and by the next meeting I would like to think that the board would be able to offer informed amendments that
Carefully thought out, well thought out.
I think that is fine too. I think that if we don't have these type of discussions, we can't come back with well thought out conditions.
Well, can we have another meeting? Can we have another meeting where we discuss it as we are now? Is that possible?
I think what we want to do is try and determine all of the things that the board members are thinking about, and it sounds like the board is looking to approve this with both
Conditions.
amendments and additional conditions. I think we want to hear all of that so that we should do that this evening, tonight, and then
Postpone the vote.
we should postpone the vote until or
So, Mr. Chairman, if you're
yes.
postponing it just to vote, but you're postponing it because you don't feel like you have enough information, that means we will have to hold a full hearing. It won't just be a meeting to vote, because it sounds as though you're expecting to get some additional information. So we will have to have a public hearing in order to introduce that additional information into the record.
I'd rather do that and get it right.
I just want you to understand, if you postpone it, then you're opening it up. You'll have to take all the testimony from anyone else who comes again.
Right, I understand that.
Okay.
And there may be potential timeline.
And so I think, I don't think I don't necessarily think that we are looking for any additional testimony.
But what you're saying, if you postpone it for this, that you would have to take any additional testimony that would come in that day, correct, Mary?
No, you're muted, Mary.
If you continue it, you're going to have to take any additional testimony that comes in a written format all the way up to the 5th day before that hearing, and then anyone who comes in person. You don't have to believe me. Ask the attorney.
Gosh. In addition, and you all are factoring this. In addition, while you're all are factoring this, keep in mind that there are development, like the developers under time restraints as well. And in order for, if we're going to have to open this back up for testimony, and again, the testimony is because you're potentially expanding the record. So there's new evidence that's also the aggrieved parties may want to opine or provide an opinion or testimony to. So with that being said, as you all know what it took for us to get this hearing rescheduled, keep in mind that could potentially push this out beyond 30 days. So I don't know how much time you all are considering, but just also keep in mind that there are potential timelines that the developer may be operating under as well. But again, I want you all to make an informed decision here. And that is another part of this analysis.
And that's what we're trying to do, is make an informed decision.
Help me understand, but at this point, the record has been closed. We have all of the facts and testimony before us.
Mm-hmm.
We can take time to review all of the facts and testimony before us without any additional testimony.
Correct.
Without having it and so in doing so, if we continue this, we are only continuing this for our deliberations, not for additional facts or testimony to be presented.
Okay. So you are saying you want to just have additional time to review what's already in the record?
Yes.
That is correct.
Okay.
That is what we are. You're muted, Mary.
Mary's still muted.
You're still muted.
She can do it herself. Too.
Oh. So hold on. Okay. No? No?
She's probably hitting mute and you guys are hitting mute.
I'm not.
Is she in the next room? Maybe she could join you. And
She's in the next. Yeah, she's in the next room over.
suggest she I'd really like to hear what she has to say.
Right. I think she's coming over. Sorry about that. Chair open.
You must have me muted because I didn't let me unmute.
Yeah, we could figure out
Okay, what was the question? Am I muted again?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're live.
We just,
Okay.
all we're doing is want us to extend our deliberation period to get some information on what we're discussing.
We are not getting additional information. We have all of the information and testimony. We are looking to review that and come up with our
As
final.
long as you're not asking anyone, the staff, anyone from outside, to provide something new, if you're gonna continue it just to vote.
But we'd have to find a common time for everybody and post it and make the public aware that we're having that session.
It won't be first. It won't be within 30 days. I can tell you that.
And if we have different personnel available for that meeting,
Can I ask a
I
question?
cannot commit to a meeting date right here on the spot.
I'm
There
talking
are a
about
lot of different things that have to be considered before we set a meeting.
and that's what I guess that's what I'm raising. If we have don't have the same 5 board members here available.
So,
Well, that could be problematic because then somebody has thousands at this point of pages of testimony to review.
I have a question.
Because we already know we won't have one member, so.
and that just hit me. Go ahead, Mona.
Can we vote next week? Since all we're doing is reviewing what we have, can we just?
If your vote takes place at a public hearing, so it still has to be posted and noticed.
Okay, that was my question.
Next week.
So if it's posted, we could just, it has to be posted for 2 weeks, right?
Has to be posted for 15 days.
15
Has to
days.
be published in the city journal for 15 days. In order to get that publication in for 15 days, you have to have it down there 7 days before that. So nothing can happen any sooner than 22 days.
Okay, I'm just trying to get the
Understood.
the logistics of it for the vote.
Or we can continue.
With the vote,
I say, or we can continue. Mr.
I don't want to put the board in a bad position. I'm happy to come back for that day and rescind what I need to, if that's allowable, because this could be difficult situation if I'm not available. However, that needs to work. Mia?
I mean, am I muted? Well, I think there's a technical question here that I don't know if I can say this in open session, but are you taking back what you provided? Because that has been.
I don't know. My wife's in the hospital right now. I mean, this is the whole reason I did this.
I understand. So
So if we hmm, so Mona, we have your added conditions. Jim, uh, you've mentioned amendments. I can't remember if you also mentioned the added conditions.
I have more. I have a couple more for us to consider.
Okay.
I have a question
So-
for Mia.
Yes.
Okay. Can we leave it at that we want them to post a bond and to be determined by the city? And we don't actually put a dollar amount on it, but we have to let them determine it? Because
I mean, yeah, I guess you can
they could
direct it
review
to
it. In other words,
PPS.
a bond to be posted at an appropriate amount determined by the
BPS.
BPS.
Can we send it back?
That way it
So-
moves everything forward. It keeps them going. If they have any timelines, they can do that. It keeps make sure that the city gets protected on that part of it, and we get this wrapped up one way or another.
So I missed some of that. Are you adding a condition, Mr. Decimone?
No, I'm saying is they want to put the condition of this bond on there, but they want more time to figure out what the appropriate amount it should be. I just said to say that there shall be a bond posted in the amount determined by whatever agency we're supposed to refer, BPS or whoever comes up with those numbers, and say according to the formulas.
Or we
Just a suggestion.
Mr. Spikerman mentioned 1 to 2%.
It's 2% of $3 billion is $60 million.
$60 million. 1% is
30 million.
0.5%.
And
But again, we don't have the formula to say this.
I will say that
out of the air, we need to have
We could let BPS do it.
exactly.
I like that idea.
well, I don't so I'd be I'd be okay with that.
Okay, so
But-
if you want, can I advise you all in closed session regarding this bond thing? Because I feel like at this point, like, you're asking legal questions that I don't feel comfortable like really divulging. So if you really want to consider the bond element and go down that lane, let's talk. If I can get a motion to go into closed session, let's see if we can do that. And that may save the time for continuing.
I'll make a
Okay.
motion to go into closed session.
Second.
Moved by Mona, seconded by Ann. I will take a roll call. Mona,
Aye.
Ann,
Aye.
Mel,
Yes.
Jim,
Yes.
aye from the chair. We will go into closed session.
And it might be easier to move us to a room.
Yeah, I'm thinking about how I want to do this. I guess we could go into, I don't really know how it works for the recording if we go into a breakout room. Or I guess we won't have a recording, will we?
Stop recording anyway, don't you?
Yes.
So I can move us into a breakout.
Closed session.
Okay, I will just move us into a breakout room then.
Recording in
Okay. Hmm. Board of Adjustment is back in session. We can continue with suggestions or form a motion.
I have a suggestion concerning the CBA.
Go ahead, Jim.
I'd like to add a provision. It would be 9B, that the community benefit agreement shall be approved as a resolution by at least 1/2 of the votes of the Board of Aldermen prior to the granting of a building permit. That's something that I brought up with Alderwoman Keys.
Can you repeat that for me, Jim, please?
The community benefit agreement shall be approved as a resolution by at least 1/2 of the votes of the Board of Aldermen prior to the granting of a building permit.
So 1/2 of the Board of Aldermen would actually not be a quorum. They would need 51%, right? So can we do a condition that gives the Board of Aldermen? Should it be like the simple majority? Is that a better way to say it than?
Okay,
50%?
simple majority, I guess. Like a,
Okay,
yeah, however a simple majority vote would be worded for Board of Aldermen.
so a community benefit agreement shall be approved as a resolution by at least a simple majority of the Board of Aldermen. Is that it?
Prior to the granting of a building permit.
Thank you.
And it's the community benefit agreement, because the community benefit agreement is already mentioned in 9A.
Right.
So it's not a community, it's the community benefits agreement.
Okay.
You have anything else, Jim?
Well, we should consider independent review of the economic impact analysis, as I mentioned to Mr. Hartzler. We had a gentleman, Ben West, suggest an independent study by an individual engineering firm, and the vetting of the heat emissions report.
Yes, that was Ben West. That was monthly independent review. Per my notes.
Yeah. So to me, the independent review of an economic analysis would assist the Board of Aldermen when they consider their resolution. But they'll have the community benefits agreement in front of them, drafted and negotiated. If we don't want to have that independent review of the economic analysis. I asked a lot of questions about, make sure I understood where the 3 billion, what that's supposed to go into. We had Mr. Ordway talk about assessment values. I poked around quite a bit about what happened, what would go into their real estate assessment values. Well, what assumptions were going into those numbers? But it still hasn't been vetted other than by this board, as far as I know. That's about the only vetting that's happened of their economic analysis.
Jim, could I make a comment here?
Of course, Ann, you could always make a comment. Feel free to.
Well, I'm not always sure if I'm in line, but I think that, we can investigate and see what they're doing with the money and so on and how it's structured. But I think that these guys probably, when folks are fooling around with billions of dollars, they pretty much probably know what they're doing. And I don't think they want to risk losing billions of dollars. I don't believe they want to risk harming St. Louis citizens, children, students, community members, and I don't think they want to risk offending St. Louis citizens. At the same time, I think it would be advantageous and beneficial to the city to attract a business of that magnitude. We need progressive growth in St. Louis. We need to allow major business in St. Louis. We don't want them to bring any harm. I don't think they mean to bring any harm, but we need that in St. Louis. We have a defunct downtown. We don't have a major, we don't have football. We don't have an airport. We're getting one, but we don't have a major airline. St. Louis needs growth. And I mentioned this before. I went to my 50th reunion in Nashville, and 50 years ago, it was like St. Louis is now. 50 years later, cranes everywhere, major business everywhere. And we need that. We need the data center downtown or midtown. We need that. That's my perspective. And I wanted to share that. I think they know what they're doing. They wouldn't have access to billions of dollars if they didn't. And I don't think they're going to mess. I suspect that they might have high standards. They're probably going to do the right thing. If we set 50 conditions, I bet they'll try to meet them because they want to engage with us. And we, as a city, I would think, need to grow and accept progress in that way. That's my opinion. That's just an opinion. That's my perspective.
I'm in agreement with you, Ann, that I think the city needs to grow, and I will also say that experience has shown that the city has taken conservative approaches to a number of things that have turned out not to be beneficial to the city. I think this data center is helpful for the city. But I clearly have some concerns because this is new. And definitely new for the city of St. Louis. Whether I trust that, obviously developers, me being one, are nowhere near on that scale, but the goal is to make money. And so, obviously they're not likely to invest in something that they don't believe will make significant amounts of money. And from my study, this will make them significant amounts of money. My concern is how they give back to the city while making significant amounts of money.
And my whole reason for the questioning was a lot of the where we've gotten to this point was based on their testimony about what the revenue is going to be to the city. I think if it was 1/10 of where it is, what they quoted, it probably wouldn't be as been appealing to the mayor, to the powers that be. So all I'm saying is, if we asked for an economic impact study, that would be useful for the Board of Aldermen. But I will admit, I was pleased to see that the $3 billion was simply the area from Goodwill and west over to Vandeventer. I was expecting the answer to be the whole development from Grand all the way over to Vandeventer.
Okay. We don't have to pay any of that, right? What?
It depends on how we word it, I guess, but I would assume that we would try to word the provision such that they would have to first provide that independent review. And of course, you get into, well, who's the independent review? Is it an accounting firm or actuarial firm? Who would it be?
I think we stand to benefit and grow from having the data center. I do. The city.
So Mary, what are we up to as potential provisions for somebody to make a motion? Or Anthony, maybe you should be asking that question. I'm sorry.
I want to put one more in there, just so you know.
What are you thinking now?
Number one, it says, but B, petitioner shall dispose of all. Shall dispose of or cause to be disposed of all electronic waste in an environmentally appropriate manner through the duration of the data center duration. And I would like to have it made all hazardous waste, because I don't know what else they're going to have in there, what they could have in there. I just want all hazardous waste to be properly disposed of. And then they can say, electronics to be disposed of the R2 certified responsible recycling center. But somewhere in there, I want to word in that all hazardous waste whatever that may be, has to be disposed of properly.
Okay, are you talking about condition 1B?
1B.
Okay, and so specifically you want to change where it says disposal of all electronic waste? You want
No,
to change that?
electronic, leave all that there, and also add plus all or however it is, that all hazardous waste has to be properly disposed of. Along with that,
Okay, so can you, once again, I'm trying to figure out what to put where.
I am
Petitioner
too.
shall dispose of all, no, petitioner shall dispose of or
All
cause.
electronic waste in an environmentally appropriate manner through the duration of the center's operation shall maintain active contact with an R2 certified responsible contractor. That should be provided to the zoning administrator prior to the issuance of occupancy permit and annually thereafter, plus, and then other, plus all other hazardous waste be properly disposed of.
So you're trying to add a sentence at the end then, you want to say?
Yes.
And, okay, so we're adding a sentence at the end of 1B. And that sentence is, all hazardous waste must be disposed of properly?
Yes.
Okay. Is it weird to have that under something that's dealing with waste management and recycling? No, it's okay. That's in my contact. Okay. I'm really good to see you guys. Pardon? Oh, okay. You all. We're gonna drive home on a freighter. We have readers. Have readers.
Yeah, you're not muted.
So, Mona, Tim, Cam, anything else to add?
Well, if we're going to consider the independent review, I would imagine that Mary would want me to draft a sentence.
Yes.
Okay. Mary, you ready? Mary?
What condition are we?
Well,
Ready?
haven't quite figured out where yet.
Okay.
Probably
a new condition, wouldn't it?
it's a new condition, potential new condition.
Okay.
Okay. But let me just draft it and then we'll decide where it belongs, okay?
Okay.
The petitioner shall provide at his own cost an independent economic analysis by an independent reviewer that's acceptable to the zoning administrator?
I don't know who would be acceptable.
Well, they'd have to propose it to you and you'd have to accept it, or is there another entity within the city that would be better suited to accept that entity?
So I stopped writing after I have the petitioner shall provide at its own cost an independent economic analysis.
And sorry, an analysis of the economic impact study.
Okay.
Let's say that was provided by the petitioner by an independent reviewer as approved.
Who chooses the independent
That's what
person?
that's what we're getting at. I threw out zoning administrator, but I'm not sure Mary. Is there another entity within the city we could put that burden on?
SLDC?
Comptroller, treasurer.
Comptroller. I like comptroller.
I don't know that the zoning administrator has the power to tell the comptroller what to do. The comptroller is one of the three main people.
Comptroller?
Yeah. I'm trying to take you out of the equation, Mary. I'm just trying to see. I threw you in as a.
I'll be honest with you. I have absolutely no idea how to enforce this condition, and I'm not convinced that I can. So we better get to some realization, okay?
Okay.
Don't we, we're just wanting them to pick the person, aren't we? As to they pick the person to do the independent study. Jim?
Right. So I'm trying to find the right city department to pick or approve from the petitioner who's going to do the independent study.
Or we can say the city of St. Louis, and then some department can, and the city can determine what department that is.
Very vague, yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty vague.
Well, at least then we can decide. They, you know,
Yeah.
Mia can then decide.
She's sitting over here shaking her head no. This is your last meeting. We gotta live with this.
Well, that's why we want to get it right, Mary. I'm not trying to stick you guys.
Yeah, Jim, I think without knowing what that department is at this point, all we can do is say the city of St. Louis.
Okay, I mean, we still got to, take a motion and second and vote on all this, but yeah, that sounds like a reasonable at this point wording to try.
So at this point, I don't have a whole condition. What I have is the petitioner shall provide at its own cost an independent economic analysis of the economic impact study provided by the petitioner. Was there more to that?
Yes.
Then the independent reviewer, whoever does that independent review, shall be approved by the city.
Okay.
And anything on the monthly testing, Jim, quarterly testing?
City's pretty big too.
I'm trying to figure out where in the CUP he was talking about. I believe that's responsibility. I think it was 8B, which says petitioner shall annually report waste heat rejected to the outdoor environment. He was suggesting monthly.
Yes. Whether that's monthly or quarterly, perhaps more than yearly.
We could change that to quarterly. I don't think that's inconsistent with Board Bill 49 at the moment, now that I think I looked at that a little while ago. Right now, Board Bill 49, which would be consistent with the Planning Commission, says annually. So that hasn't been changed even by the Planning Commission.
Okay.
Maybe we take that off the table.
I'd personally like to see a solar array on the roof of all of the buildings to,
Are we leaving 8B off then? Just, or
I think we're leaving that as annually. Is that what we're deciding?
yeah, that's fine,
Okay.
based on.
Okay.
okay. And so were you offering up another amendment, Mr. Robinson?
I just, you know, I understand the green roof, which is all passive. Yeah, I personally would
So
like.
which condition are you amending?
Actually, it would be a new condition. I'm not sure exactly where.
We have a condition about. It's in there already. It's like either.
Or,
oh. There's a condition that talks about green roofs under
Yeah.
number 5.
Yeah.
So are you attempting
I guess
to
we
amend
could
condition D?
yeah, we could add to that, you know, I'm not sure exactly how to word that, but
Sure.
I'd like to see them producing some portion of their own electricity.
What does that have to do? So where are you putting that?
That 1B, it would be with the green.
So the condition under number 5,
I'm sorry.
building design and equipment screening. D is the only one that talks about the roof. It says the building shall be designed and operated with a cool roof, a green roof, or a rooftop photovoltaic solar panels to reduce urban heat impacts. Cool roof means a roofing system designed to reflect more sunlight and emit absorbed heat with a minimum solar reflectance index of 90. Green roof means a vegetated roofing system, which is functionally integrated onto a roof area. Okay, so now where does your amendment come in?
I don't think that it. Yeah.
You
So
don't, you
I
don't
read
think it
that.
belongs there, it belongs somewhere else?
Yeah, I don't.
Okay.
That portion speaks about the roof. Obviously, I believe just based on the site, that, yeah, based on the site, the solar array would sit on the roofs, but that's really the only way that ties into 5B.
Right. So it doesn't go in 5. Where does it go?
I think it's a new amendment.
It's a new
It's
condition altogether under number 5.
an amendment. It's a new condition.
Community. COMMU.
Sorry.
What the hell was that? Very moment.
But that's a thought. What do the other board members think?
Anthony, I'm afraid I'm having a hard time getting my arms around it without hearing an actual sentence or proposal.
Right.
I am proposing that the developer supply a certain percentage of its own power through solar or wind. Likely solar, given the site.
Chairman Robinson, just a heads up that you also have PDA staff on the call if you wanted to ask them technical questions about how to get to where you're trying to get to.
Thank
That
you.
would be Miriam Keller.
Miriam, would you
Or Alicia.
like to
Or
read
Alicia.
that?
So they're here to answer questions. I
I-
have a question for them. They're not here to write here.
Yeah, I don't really have a question for Miriam. Um, Miriam, how does that condition sound and potentially affect the project?
Yeah, can you hear me speaking from where I am into the microphone in the
Yes.
room?
Yes.
For this, I'm actually going to defer to Sustainability Director Alicia Russell, who's probably the best resource. She is calling in from out of town, but I believe she's still on.
Yes, hi, good evening. My name's Alicia Russell. Your question was what would the condition that you're proposing, like how that would affect things?
Yes.
So, because of the like scale of power that this data center would use, putting, solar panels on the roof like may not help them reach a certain percentage of coverage. Like for example, the IKEA rooftop that has solar arrays on it, and that's 1 megawatt of power for that size rooftop. So just to help kind of put it in perspective of how much space you would need for significant amounts of solar. So like I think this rooftop is maybe 3 acres in size, and 1 megawatt worth takes about like 1 acre of space. And this is 120 megawatts. So if you, wanted to require some sort of solar panels, it would, maybe cover like office type use. But that's why the condition as it's written has, and or.
Got it. So about 3 acres, 1 megawatt per acre would be about three.
I think so. I might have my math a little off there, but it's a small amount of
Sure.
power compared to the amount of space that would be available.
Understandable. Which means just based on those numbers, about 5%.
Yeah, maybe. But they also have, probably equipment on the roof, and cooling equipment and such. So I'm not sure how much space would actually be available for solar panels with cooling equipment, setbacks, etc. You know,
Or no, sorry.
yeah,
More like 2.5%.
maybe. Yeah.
2%.
Well, 2 out of 120 is less than 2%. 3 out of 120 is going to be less than, maybe right around 2%.
3 out of 120 is actually 2.5%.
Okay.
But 2% figuring equipment that's on the roof. And Alicia, you you said that's likely enough to power the office.
I'm not 100% sure because I don't know the design of the building or anything like that. And actually, like as I recall, I think it might be 4 acres of space for a megawatt. So again, like the roof may not have significant amount of space available. It's just it takes a lot. And also, the based off solar energy. It's not like, say, they had 1 megawatt worth of solar power. That doesn't necessarily mean that they're getting to use 1 megawatt of power every hour because you may not get that full 100% from the solar arrays themselves. So it really does vary a lot.
I understand.
Could I interject something briefly? I'm hoping that we can attract this data center for the growth of St. Louis to enhance our business profile. I talked about it a little bit earlier, but I want to emphasize that because I think that's so important for us so that we can grow as a city, you know. And I know that's not a popular opinion, but that's my perspective. And I want to reiterate again, I don't think that they have any malintent. I don't think they'll allow anything to happen that's going to harm any of our citizens. I don't believe that. And I think they know what they're doing. They wouldn't have the kind of access that they have to billions of dollars if they were confused about how this works, about who they'll harm, who they'll upset. I just don't believe that.
I don't think there's I believe there is no question that the developer understands and knows his product and how it will make money. And how it will be successful. I don't interpret that as also being beneficial to the community. Those two things are not the same. That being said, I still think a project like this is overall beneficial to the city. What I would be looking for is how to hold this developer's feet to the fire to make sure that the city is benefiting, not just because they are great at business and making money.
I don't have the impression that it's just about money. I think, for an example, who was it? Mr. Gettiger, Brooks Gettiger,
Yes.
has a family. He's a St. Louis guy, and they live in the city, and he's always been here. He cares about his children, his family, and the city. That was my impression. I could be wrong, but it was clear to me that he cared. Uh, I just think that these people would not come in here and deliberately, a lot of the things that I heard, the concerns from the citizens were important, relevant. But I wonder how much, I called it hysteria when I first heard all of that. Some of it may be valid, and some of it may be, you know, I'm not sure. I'm just not sure. I didn't hear any proof. I didn't hear any data. And though, those elements are important when you're making decisions like this. And so, just collectively, I feel that this would be good for the city. The city needs the money, but they need more than the money. They need safety and well-being. And I believe that that's what's being offered to us. In addition, we're getting industry, we're getting we're getting growth instead of losing people, we just lost Breadco. We've lost other businesses. We've lost major airlines over the years. We've lost a lot, and now we have the potential to grow. The example that I gave you all of Nashville, where I went to college, 50 years later, I didn't recognize the place. Cranes everywhere, business everywhere. St. Louis needs that.
But again,
That's right.
Okay, and I'll shut up. I'll be quiet.
I don't disagree. I don't disagree with that. I think the city has made some wrong turns throughout history.
Right.
You know, the one of the most prominent things that comes to mind is transportation and the river versus trains. And we see how that worked out for the city. So I agree that this decision has a lot at stake, without question.
And we want to move forward. We want to move forward and grow. And
there's absolutely no question about that, Board Member Grice. No question.
And I don't think they're going to mess around and hurt people. I just don't think they'll mess around and I just don't think they'll come to St. Louis and mess around. I just don't.
I don't think it's a question of there's intent to do that. I don't think there's any intent, but and intent and what we are seeing around the country as it relates to data centers is different. You know, I could shoot a gun with no intent in hitting someone, but if I hit someone, I'm still culpable. So, no, I don't believe that they intend to hurt anyone. But that's not the only thing that we should be looking at. That being said, I still believe as a whole that this will be beneficial for the city. And I believe that we need to make sure that our conditions and amendments to conditions hold the developer to the standard that we are looking for our city.
Without running them off.
Exactly.
And that being at almost midnight.
So do you have your condition out there, Anthony? Are you satisfied with your rooftop?
I don't know where the condition is supposed to go, so that's where the line of questioning was going before we got way off track. So what I have written down is the developer must supply a certain percentage of their own power. Did we finish the condition?
Yeah, that was it, because it was open-ended and I didn't know how much power was capable of being produced on site.
Well, you now have a better sense, Anthony. Do you want to propose a number to fill in?
2%.
Is that going to be within X number of years, or is that right off the top?
I would think that during the development of this, they would be incorporating the solar into their electrical system. So
Okay.
I think this
So
happened.
right off the top. Okay, just a question. I was just thinking off the top of my head. So 2%? Okay.
I believe
what
that
I
should
have-
go in the same paragraph where the 50% is discussed. 8A.
8A, okay.
No, wait, no, I'm sorry. I saw the 50%. No, sorry, 8E.
Okay.
Yeah.
At least 50% of the data centers load from renewable sources within 5 years.
Yeah, that sounds good.
So you want the developer shall supply 2% of their own power.
Percent.
I'm sorry, did you add something to that?
I'm sorry, a minimum of 2%.
A minimum. Okay, and that is added on to the end of 8E.
Yes.
And then while we're talking about the proposed amendments, I want to bring to the board's attention
that the amendment to 9B or the new amendment on 9B that states a community benefit agreement shall be approved as a resolution by at least a simple majority of the aldermen of the Board of Aldermen prior to the building permit being issued. So just so the board is aware, the Board of Aldermen are out of session and will not come back in session until September, I believe it's September 11th. So we'd have to wait for them to come back in session so that they could approve this by resolution before zoning could sign off on a building permit.
Okay.
I think it's going to want the CBA is still only in draft form,
Right.
and that's also consistent with the Planning Commission wording and with Board Bill 49. I know Board Bill 49 hasn't been enacted yet, but it's all consistent language.
And did we get the funding for the decommissioning bond in there?
We dropped that.
Okay.
Did we get that in? Did we?
Chairman,
Yes, Mary.
Miriam has some information she wants to share with the board. So
Yeah, I'm just thinking through this on-site power generation condition and want to just raise a couple of thoughts for discussion. I see Alicia came on video too. At this time, I'm not sure we know enough to know if it's possible to generate that 2% of 120 megawatts on site through solar. It could be possible, but I don't know if we know if it's possible without using sort of an on-site fossil fuel source, which I don't believe that's the intent of the condition, to encourage that type of on-site generation. So I'm just raising that potential technical challenge there. Alicia, I don't know if you have anything to add for the board's consideration.
Yeah, so that would be, and I should specify because we were talking about green energy, so that would in fact be, and I specifically said solar arrays, but I think if that is not achievable, then the developer comes back and amends that condition.
Actually,
Yeah, I certainly don't mean to discourage, just raising some things for consideration.
Sure. Tim, Mel, Mona, Ann, anything?
Well, I didn't understand that we were scrapping, if that misunderstood, that we were scrapping the decommissioning bond. Was that where you were at with that, Anthony?
That was not where I was at.
I wasn't there either. I mean, I didn't think that's what we were doing at all.
No.
I thought we were putting that on the CVS.
Yes.
Right, so it wouldn't be part of, I don't have it written down as one of these as these conditions.
Right, we would put it on there as a condition that would be added to the CVS.
CBS.
CBA.
CVA, sorry, I'm calling it the wrong acronym. I'm tired.
Written down. Got it. Okay, where do you want to put that at?
We'll just put it at the very end. We'll make it a whole new item.
So it would be now C, huh?
Would be 9C.
9C, because they added a 9B. There's only a 9A.
Is 9 the one about the community benefit?
Yes, yes.
Community benefit agreement, CBA.
So it would be 9C then, and what would the condition be?
So a guarantee
Escrow or bond
security bond
for the decommissioning of the address, which would be
of the facility.
facility. There we go. That works.
Okay, so
Should it
somebody needs to
become
say a letter.
non-functional?
I have a guarantee. Or what?
Guarantee, escrow, or
A guarantee escrow, is that?
guarantee, comma, escrow,
Okay,
or security bond.
or security bond.
We should also have a performance bond in there for,
Oh, he's got that in there. He said the
Yeah, that's
15 million already.
that's right. Sorry.
I thought we scrapped the whole bond condition because we felt like it was covered in the community benefits agreement.
Only as it relates to the
Performance.
not decommissioning.
Right. And performance wise, we can't guarantee that money's going to be there for decommissioning. We don't know what the city's going to do with that money.
Yeah. No, those are two separate things.
So I have a guarantee, comma, escrow or security bond and a performance
No,
bond.
no performance bond. No, he had already.
Take the performance out.
So
yes.
No
So
performance.
it's a guarantee, comma, escrow or security bond.
For the decommissioning of the facility.
Okay.
Pretty much that's it. I don't want to get too wordy on it.
So I'm sorry, I have to ask you again because this, as I read the condition, it doesn't make sense to me. So I want to make sure I got it right. A guarantee, comma, escrow or security bond for the decommissioning of the building. That's required to be part of the,
Should it become non-functional as a data center?
okay, that wasn't what I was asking. I'm trying to make the sentence have proper grammar. So
Developer shall provide
guarantee, comma, escrow or security bond for the decommissioning of the facility shall be made part of the community benefits agreement? Is that what you're trying to do?
I'm sorry, say that again, Mary.
A guarantee, comma, escrow or security bond for the decommissioning of the facility. And that's all I have. Something else has to come after that.
Should the facility
No longer be used as a data center.
no longer be used as a data center?
Okay. A guarantee, escrow, or security bond for the decommissioning of the facility.
Should it no longer be used as a data?
Okay, but are we requiring this? That's the part I'm missing on this condition. A guarantee, escrow, or security bond.
Will be posted.
Shouldn't you start with should the data center, the end of the sentence that you have, shouldn't that be the beginning of it? And then,
Oh, let me try that and see if it makes more sense.
Do
yeah,
that.
Should the facility
absolutely, yes.
not be used as a data center, a guarantee, comma, escrow or security bond will be posted for the decommissioning of the facility?
There we go.
Yeah, so the problem with that is that it sounds like that would be something that happens after. And really what we're trying to achieve is that an escrow account, security bond, or guarantee be in place in the event that the facility no longer operates as a data center.
The petitioner will post for the benefit of the city escrow account, surety bond, et cetera, for the event that the facility no longer operates as a center, to be drawn upon by the city in the event the facility is no longer a data center.
There's our wordsmith.
Is Mark or Mia still on the line to help us wordsmith, or is this all up to us?
You had a legal question?
I think so, but
What was it? I'm sorry, I missed it.
to help us draft this provision about the posting, that we want them to post a surety bond to the city in the event that the data center is no longer a data center.
And you're asking if you can do that, or you're asking, I'm sorry.
Helping us with the wording.
So that's not a legal question. She can't do that.
Okay, all right, that's my question.
That sentence, it really should start with in the event of such and such, what will occur comes after that. But I mean, you can write it however you like, but that's really the way that should be written.
Now, we're trying to get them to post the bond, almost from day one, that would be used in the event that the facility is no longer a data center. So we don't want them to post the bond down the road. We want them to post the bond now.
Yeah, and the way you're wording that, and there could be a question as to whether that is something we are looking for immediately versus.
How about before the completion of the project, they shall post. Before the completion of the project, or the building, they shall post. Or you can put it at the inception of this process, at the beginning of construction, before the end of construction, they shall post. Leave it at that.
End of construction of the data center.
At the completion of the construction of the data center, they shall post such and such. Okay? That gives you the ability, gives you the ability for them to go ahead and use their funds to build their project, and then before it's at the completion of it, before the permits, before occupancy is issued, they have to post a bond. Prior to occupancy being issued, this bond has to be posted, or this escrow, or whatever you want to call it. Prior to occupancy being posted, permitted, given.
Yes, Mama.
I think we discussed that we were going to put that on the community document. Is that correct?
I believe so.
Yes. Okay.
Mary?
Yes.
You-
You
Okay.
did discuss that you were gonna put this in the community benefit agreement. That's why I'm
But we're
confused about
making it
why
a
we're talking
condition.
about the condition now.
Yes.
Right, but we're
That's
making
what I
it
meant when I said we scrapped it.
right, but we're making it a condition for BPS so that it makes it to the community agreement. Does that make sense?
And then well, we can't talk about it, Mona. This is
Okay.
closed session stuff. We can't talk about it in an open session.
Okay, so I think that's the condition we're looking
So
for.
I have nothing written down, so we're gonna start over. What is the condition? I'm done.
Mel, I think you were the last to start that.
Prior to occupancy being issued, whatever you guys are talking about, as far as the bonds and stuff or whatever.
Prior to the
Occupancy permit being issued, they shall post.
The developer shall post a.
The petitioner.
I'm sorry. The petitioner shall post a surety bond, guarantee, or escrow. We've changed the position that the words are in, but those three.
Prior to occupancy being issued. That way they get the funds are available for them to complete the project, and then at the end, they have to post it or they don't get to go in.
So what I have written down for the condition is prior to the occupancy permit being issued, the developer
The petitioner
petitioner shall post a security bond, guaranteed or escrow.
for the decommission of the facility.
Anthony, put it in the event.
In the event
The
no longer
event the facility is no longer used as a data center.
Where's that? At the beginning, the end?
At the end.
Thank you, Joe.
So now I have, prior to the occupancy permit being issued, the petitioner shall post a security bond, guaranteed or escrow for the decommission of the facility if the facility shall no longer be used as a data center.
Yes.
Close enough.
All right. Different thing, just need to open that building.
The city will work with the with the petitioner to determine what amount that shall be.
Do we have 6 or 7 items to go over? Should we have Mary repeat those items, Anthony?
I think there's a clarification for the last condition that was just discussed. It would be the applicant in this case, not the petitioner, is the language that has been used.
Okay. The applicant.
9A says petitioner shall enter into a community benefit. It says petitioner all throughout the whole document, the CUP.
It does because,
Because-
go ahead.
Because the petitioner at the time was the applicant. Remember, this is being appealed by an aggrieved party, not the applicant. So the wording changes around when you get to the Board of Adjustment.
Right.
Got it.
So everywhere in the version of the CUP I'm looking at, everywhere it says petitioner, it will say applicant.
It will get merged into here. Some will still say petitioner because we're still speaking to the petitioner. Nuts.
Because it'll be going to the applicant, Jim.
Okay.
We're still saying petitioner because we're just limiting the conditional use. It's just that when we're talking today, should her at this hearing is different because it was the aggrieved party that petitioned it. It's your library and look on it.
Okay, so
So are we putting that on the putting it as a condition, but aren't we actually putting it on the community agreement and letting them decide the amount?
that is my understanding on.
Mine too. Just making sure we're doing it right.
Okay. I think we've got all of the board members' input. Is there a motion?
May I ask that Mary read all the potential provisions, Anthony? Or do we make a motion first and then read them?
I think
I think she should read them.
Yeah,
and we make the motion. I actually I don't think it matters either way.
I think that would be best.
I think it would be too.
I got it up there.
Can you provide more about that?
So the first one I have, I'm going in numerical order of the conditions, just so you know, so this won't necessarily be the order that you said them in. So the first condition in 1B is at the very end, we're gonna add, all hazardous waste must be disposed of properly. Then in 5D, the modification. Or actually, I have written down on 5D, we're adding a sentence at the end that says the developer shall supply a minimum of 2% of their own power. And then Andy has a question.
So I had written down that we had discussed moving that to actually 8D was the relevant condition. Or sorry, 8E.
8E.
In reference to the same condition.
Okay.
8E, I think is what we said we'd move it
So
to.
that's gonna be an 8E now.
Right. And then I didn't catch, at the end of that sentence, developer shall produce 2% minimum of its own power. I didn't catch if it was specified by what means that should be approved.
Yeah,
That
that was me, and it should be by solar or wind.
Do we care what means if he produces it?
Yes, because we don't want it to be fossil fuels.
Miriam Keller is in the room with us, and she has a comment about that.
Yeah, I apologize. I didn't mean to send up the applause emoji. I was trying to raise my hand, but a little out of it now. Alicia and I wanted to elaborate a little bit more on some of the kind of technical challenges in requiring on-site power generation on a percentage basis of power. Alicia, do you feel like you can explain some of that?
Yeah, so I think the percentage just might be like, well, it seems like a good rule of thumb. It seems like it might be a little too vague or hard to actually like track or manage because it depends on the usage, like how much percent of their power they're using at any time. And so it might make more sense to pick like a fixed number of megawatts that you would want them to have available. And even then, the amount of space needed is probably very limited at that site. So like 2.4 megawatts could be like of solar arrays could be more than 10 acres of space needed. And then even then, it may not be powering fully 2.4 megawatts all of the time. So I just wanted to flag that, the percentage 2% is kind of vague and there may not be enough space even for that on site on the roof or the ground or wherever.
Sure. So I think I was of the understanding of that. And what I mentioned was that if the applicant petitioner could show that they were unable to meet that threshold, they can come back to the board to amend that item.
This is a conditional use.
Okay, yeah, I mean, if that's something that is allowed, we do have the like RECs or renewable energy credit requirements in there, and that does include on-site storage and solar or renewable energy if it fits into that package. But it sounds like you're saying you want a specific amount that they are going to bring on-site. Is that what I'm understanding?
Anthony, what do you?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. All right. Well, yeah. I mean, just wanted to flag that. Perhaps 2 megawatts of on-site behind the meter power might be easier to see if they meet that requirement, and then if they would need to come back and say why they couldn't rather than a percentage. But I understand that. Thank you.
I'm okay with that. The 2%, 2.4 megawatts is fine. And yes, if they cannot meet that, then the burden is on them to explain and show why.
So we're leaving it at 2%, Anthony, or we're changing it to 2.4?
0.4.
2.4?
2.4% megawatt.
2.4 megawatts.
4 megawatts.
And not 2%.
Correct. Thank you for your help.
We read 1B and now 8B.
So the next one I have is 6E, which is a new one on 6, and that is the petitioner pays for any additional major water system improvements necessary from hydraulic study discoveries. And the next is 7E, and that was an amendment to an existing condition where we changed 150 to 50. And then we added a 7F that says the backup generators shall meet the performance requirements of the National Fire Protection. And then I just wrote, take the language from Board Bill 49. And then 9B, which is a new condition, is that the community benefit agreement shall be approved as a resolution by at least a simple majority of the Board of Aldermen prior to a building permit being issued. And then there's one more added to 9, which would be 9C, and that's prior to the occupancy permit being issued, the petitioner shall post a security bond guaranteed or escrow for the decommission of the facility if the facility shall no longer be used as a data center. Thank you.
But we wanted that on the community agreement. So we want that added on the community agreement, but we want it part of the VPS. Does that make sense?
I don't know what that means. Number 9 is further commitments and community benefits. So that's what I have written down for 9C. If you want something else, let's start all over.
So it does say, no, don't start all over, please. No.
So the way these conditions are laid out a little bit differently, if you're looking at the conditions in your file, they look a little bit differently than what you're normally
have
used
it.
to seeing. You normally don't have a number with a bunch of alphabets after it.
Right.
So number 9, the subject topic is further commitments and community benefits. There's already one. There's
Okay.
already an A, so we added a B and a C. And that's what I had for the wording in C was prior to the occupancy permit being issued, the petitioner shall post a security bond guaranteed or escrow for the decommission of the facility if the facility shall no longer be used as a data center. So is there something missing in that condition or something I didn't get?
No, ma'am. I think I didn't quite comprehend that it was going to go on the community.
Or under that number 9?
The conditional use permit.
Right. Thank you. That they were going to negotiate that with them specifically.
Well, Mona, I think what we discussed was we're going to put it in the CUP so that they then negotiate the amount and the terms within the CBA.
Thank you, Joe.
Okay. All right. I'm fine. It's on there. I'll let it stand. If they need to renegotiate it, they'll come back. I'm fine with it. Thank you. Huh.
That's all I
I
have.
think this is the longest board meeting I've ever been on.
It's not over yet.
And we still don't have
one.
I'd like to make a motion.
Have anything else for
What is your motion, Mama?
My motion is to, I don't want to uphold it because that would, oh God, now I got my wording wrong.
You'd
Very-
you'd actually uphold the
The BP.
yes with
I wanna-
With modifications.
with
Your motion is either going to be to overturn the BPS decision, uphold the BPS decision as presented, or uphold the BPS decision with amendments.
I want to uphold the BPS decision with amendments. Please. Do I have to name them?
with all of the amendments and
That we
added conditions that Mary
just read.
just read.
Yes.
Make a motion like that? I mean, it says you can't make a motion like that. You have to make a motion and state what the motion is.
Okay. I'd like to make a motion with addition, with to uphold the BPS with amendments and conditions. All, on number 1, all hazardous waste to be disposed of, properly. Number 7, change, E to 50 instead of 150. I don't know that I wrote them all exactly down. Number 7F, the backup generator to have the NFPA standards in effect as worded. As read. The Mary, will you please read 9B for me?
Did you skip 6E?
I did.
Okay.
I missed it.
Okay, I thought you
Help
were
me.
going in numerical order.
I was trying to, and then I missed it.
Okay, so if I say it, you're gonna have to repeat it.
I will.
Over here shaking her head, so listen. So 60 is the petitioner says for any additional major water, or I'm sorry, petitioner pays for any additional major water system improvements necessary from hydraulic study discoveries.
Petitioner pays for any major hydraulic system. Oh, if I had that right in front of me. I did, but I don't. Hydraulic system improvements. Did I get it right?
No.
Help me. Okay. Petitioner pays for any water. Give it to me again, Mary. I'm sorry.
Additional major water system improvements necessary from hydraulic study discoveries.
I'm not going to get it right. And that was my damn thing.
Mona, do you have the closed captions turned on in your end?
Do I
Mona,
have what?
the closed captions, you should be able to turn on closed captions, and it pretty well captures what we say. So you'll be able to see it on the screen for a moment. If you hit the more button.
Okay. Got it. There we go.
You got it?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
We'll have to read.
Okay, you will have to read that again.
I appreciate you being clever, Andy.
Technology. Data.
I can't even keep a straight face on that one. Okay. Petitioner pays for any additional major water system improvements necessary from hydraulic study discoveries.
Technology. Okay. The commissioner pays for any additional major water system improvements necessary from hydraulic study discoveries.
Got it.
Thank God. All right. And then the next one, Mary, is, are we on the 9?
8E.
Which one?
8E.
E, I have the developer shall supply a minimum of 2.4 megawatts of their own power, and it's added on to the existing 8E.
And developers shall provide a minimum of 2.4 megawatts of their own power. And we're adding that on to AE.
Through solar or wind.
Right, solar or wind.
Okay.
And then we have 9B.
And I have the community benefit agreement shall be approved as a resolution by at least a simple majority of the Board of Aldermen prior to a building permit being issued.
Community benefit agreement shall be approved as a resolution at least by a simple majority of the Board of Aldermen prior to a building permit being issued. And then 9C, please.
And then 9C is prior to the occupancy permit being issued, the petitioner shall post a security bond guaranteed or escrowed for the decommission of the facility if the facility shall no longer be used as a data center.
Prior to the occupancy being issued, the appellant shall post a guarantee or escrow for the decommissioning of the facility if the facility is no longer being used as a data center. That's the last one.
That's the last one I have.
Second.
Motion made by, excuse me, motion made by Mona, seconded by Jim. All of those in favor? I am
Aye.
going to call a roll. Mona,
Aye.
Jim,
Aye.
Mel,
Aye.
I'm sorry, Mel,
Yes.
and
Aye.
that is a yes from the chair. That is 5 yeses, no nos. Motion carries. Findings, Mona?
Won't be a detriment as conditioned.
There's
Okay.
no findings.
I don't think they have findings on it.
There's,
Yeah, there's no findings.
there's no findings?
Yeah.
Okay. Motion carries. Can I get a motion to adjourn?
Yes. I can make a motion to adjourn.
Second.
Motion made by Mel, seconded by Jim. All of those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye, guys.
We stand adjourned.
Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, everybody.
Bye.
Bye now.
Good morning.
Barb, call me if you need me.